They will fight to death to keep the current unjust systems in place because that ensures their privileged position and power in this country, right? Never mind that our current system is the system that keeps the poor to remain poor. Never mind that our current system keeps killing black and brown bodies. Never mind that the hate crime against Asian Americans continue to grow, even though we mark the 40th anniversary of Vincent Chin's wrongful death for simply being Asian American. Never mind that our LGBTQI+ siblings are fighting for their God-given rights to simply exist as how God created them to be, beautifully and fearfully made in God's image. See, we allow God's name and the ancient sacred scripture like the Bible to be misused and abused to justify discriminating policies that do not protect the vulnerable, that do not protect people like us gathered here today. We denigrate the poor, authorize the LGBTQI, commodify and control female bodies, rob us of reproductive rights and justice, abuse our natural resources, fail to protect our children from preventable violences just like gun violence, and allowing worshiping of guns and all in the name of God. And you know what, people? God weeps. We continuously break God's heart when we do not recognize the divine image in our fellow human siblings and treat them with disrespect. We do a disservice to God, however you understand that God, when we do not speak up and act up against these diseases with courage. Frederick Douglass said, "I prayed for 20 years but received no answer until I prayed with my legs." Well, we're praying today, aren't we? We are praying not only with our hearts and lips, but with our legs. We pray. We say, no more. No more racism. No more sexism. No more heterosexism, ageism, bullyism, and hatred. No more of using God's name to justify white supremacy values. No more. No more to false divisions. We refuse to be divided and conquered. My faith in God as the creator, redeemer, and sustainer and nurturer of all life. This faith propels me to reject that there is nothing we can do about the injustice we see all around us. God loves all people. God yearns for justice, love, freedom from oppression, and peace for all people. God wants us to take part in bringing liberation to the oppressed bodies, and God is on the side of the oppressed people. So, people, we do not forget innocent lives lost to unnecessary violence. We learn and relearn. We educate others. We speak up and speak out. We vote, we unite, we pray. We march. We march against all hatred by uniting in love, showing that our diversity is our beauty and our strength. I pray that what you experienced here today will be the power that you needed, the fuel you needed to continue the fight to stand up, speak out, and take up actions that bring us to unite against injustice. As MLK stated, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, and no one is free until all are free. Blessings.
Well, Reverend Yina, I don't know about you, but when I went to church, I didn't hear prayers like that. Ladies and gentlemen, after our next speaker lost his father in that horrific story in 2012, the Sikh temple shooting, we all remember that. he founded an organization dedicated to steering children away from violence. I want to welcome, please, our first-generation Indian immigrant and Sikh religious leader, Pardeep Kaleka, right here.
Thank you. And it's great to be with you all. You all are beautiful. Always remember that. Don't let anybody make you forget that. We are bigger than hate. So in the Sikh community, we have Sangat. You all are a Sikh Sangat today. And I'm going to say an interfaith prayer. And if you could, just close your eyes and pray with me. And imagine, I'm not going to ask you to hold each other's hand because it's way too hot out here. But I'm going to ask you to imagine the heartbeat of the next person that's next to you, especially if they don't share the same race, ethnicity, religious background, and imagine that you're the same, you got the same God within all of you. Dear God, Allah, the most sacred name, Vaheguru, Akal Murad, the Most High, our light, Elohim, Data, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, El Sada, the Great Spirit and the ultimate guide. You are the source of all, and we offer this prayer in love of all faith traditions that bring us close to your ultimate grace. For it is only in your grace that we can fully understand the many joys and struggles that this existence provides. Today, we have come before you specifically to ask your blessing to all those who are gathered and not gathered here. May you give us the strength to bend the moral arc of this universe towards the good and towards justice for all, with just laws and policies for all. Please strengthen our ability to build, for we need our leaders to engineer laws that will keep us safe, but also respect the dignity and sovereignty of people. Please also help us build our sacred interconnectedness, for if we can't see your spirit in each other and in the stranger, then you will never be one with us. We also ask us to never shy from seeing pain, for we know that pain is one of the greatest teachers. But if we are to be honest, pain is also one of the greatest debilitators. We most of all will have felt some pain in this earthly existence. Some of your children continue to feel this pain so needlessly. Please give us the courage to face the truths with humble and sincere honesty and move towards reconciliation and healing these historical and modern day wounds. Finally, help us to have a clearer vision so that our children's children do not have to inherit the traumas of the past and today. Help us to realize that our time is not infinite and our mortal being, and because of that, we all have the timely responsibility to the ancestors of the past and the generations yet to come. We are united today in our country's capital. Our unity march and gathering is a testament to recognize the beauty in all of your creation. Our faith and our hope rests in not simply being inspired today, but being committed to oneness, love, and transformational compassion going forward. In your many names we pray. Amen, Amin, Shalom, Vaheguru, and Ashe. Thank you.
Pardeep, thank you so much. Also on the Unity stage with us today, directly to my right, the first Filipino-American woman to be ordained at the Jewish Theological Seminary, Rabbi Mira Rivera.
I am Mira Rivera. I'm a rabbi and a chaplain. I've served Jewish communities across the board, but I'm proud to be entering as the rabbi and chaplain of Amud, the Jews of Color Torah Academy. And I am proud to be entering as rabbi and chaplain and partner of Lunar, the Jewish Asian American Project. Each day, I put on my prayer shawl. If you see the sky above you, this is a prayer shawl. It wraps us. It wraps us in the promise and the ways we can be called to make this world a world for you and me and for future generations. Each day, I pray and I stand before the one, before whom I stand with all the ways that I am, a woman, a Filipina, born in Detroit, and a Jew. I am not 1/3 Filipino. I'm not 1/3 of blood American. I'm not 1/3 Jewish. I stand before the one in wholeness. We say shalom. Shalom is a call for peace. It also is the root for the word shlemut, or wholeness. So I tell my American Jewish family out there, do not see us, do not call us, do not address us with these words no longer. How are you Jewish? I stand before the one in prayer. Each day I say, Shema, Shema. Listen, listen, the eternal is one. Listen, all you people, all our people, the eternal is one. Listen to the cry reverberating coast to coast as beloved cries upon the shoulder of another beloved, as the right to our bodies, the right for reproductive justice is stripped. Our constitutional right to determine our well-being and our right for abortion is stripped from this country. Each day I say, Shema. Listen, listen, O people, and hear how we, all those who are in this unity march, are one with all people. We confound and defy those who would try to divide us. And each day, I cry, Shema. Listen to the youth who's in front of you, for they will carry the cry and the call for justice forward. And those we agree, we say Benomar, and those who agree, we say Amen. Amen. The Amen. We agree.
Rabbi. There we go. Our next speaker, a college student with an impressive resume, Mikhail Martinez-Jaca. He worked with Dr. Anthony Fauci on a project to vaccinate his community. Not bad. And then he got honored with the Messengers of Peace Heroes Award. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Eagle Scout and Muslim religious leader Mikhail Martinez-Jaca.
Alaikum. Peace be with you. I greet you with the words of peace be upon you. In Islam, in Arabic, Assalamu alaikum. It is wishing peace upon the human you are talking to, your brother in humanity, your sister in humanity. Wa alaikum assalam. My name, again, is Mikhail Martinez-Jaca. In my name, you may notice, I have multiple backgrounds. I am a Muslim. I am South Asian of Pakistani Indian descent. I am also Native American and Mexican American. That's where the Martinez comes in. And a shout out to my mom here in the front row who has struggled through so much. My mom and my dad, and my mom especially, struggled through so much to give me the opportunity to be here on this stage to share my story. And my story is one of growing up in a community of action. The action of my parents, since they were in college, working for unity. Since they were in college, hosting interfaith events. 30 years ago, they were there on the front lines, hosting dialogues for understanding and peace. Since I was a kid, I've gone to interfaith events at synagogues, churches, mosques, because of the amount, sometimes I say, I've been to more churches and synagogues than I've been to my own mosque. And I love it. It's amazing. My dad right now is at an interfaith event at the Washington National Cathedral, working for unity as well. However, at a certain point, I got to choose to continue working. When I was 10 years old, you know, I didn't really have a choice to go to the events. I kind of went along with my parents. But as I continued to grow up, I made the conscious choice to be here as much as I can, to show up for my brothers and sisters in humanity. And we all have to make that conscious choice every day to stand with each other. We all face challenges and attacks on our identity, on who we are on a day-to-day basis. Because yes, this is the United States of America. Yes, we have the Constitution that states we work for a more perfect union. But the important thing is that we continue to work, because it isn't the perfect union yet. Will we reach it in my lifetime? I don't know. But for hundreds of years, we have struggled. For hundreds of years, you have struggled, whether it was Japanese internment camps or Chinese railroad workers discriminated against. For hundreds of years, that struggle has been going on. And we are just the next generation in that work. Whether it was the first victim of the post-9/11 hate, the post-9/11 hate directed at anyone that looked like the terrible 0.0001% that committed a horrific action. The first victim was Mr. Balbir Singh. He was sick. He was a sick man, attacked because someone saw him wearing a turban and assumed he was somehow connected to Islam, which was somehow to blame for the acts of a few radicals. Mr. Balbir Singh was the first victim of that hate. And he was killed horrifically. Or if it's Mr. Vincent Chin, these innocent lives taken away because we're an easy scapegoat. And individually, it's hard. There's so much, whether it's yesterday, the attack on women's rights, the horrific going back decades of progress because of the beliefs of a few that have control of the Supreme Court. They don't represent us, but they have chosen for us. They don't represent women. They don't represent, I'm not a woman, but I know I have to do my part in defending the rights of the women in my life. Because I have the privilege of being a man in this world. No one's trying to control my body. I have that privilege, and I have to put it to use. We all have different places in this struggle, but together we can make progress. We can exact change. One of my favorite verses in the Holy Quran, the Muslim holy book, God says, quote, "I have made you into nations and tribes so that you may get to know one another, not that you despise one another. And verily the best among you is those who compete in acts of good." Nations and tribes so that you may get to know one another. If God wanted, he could have made us all the same. He could have made us all white, straight, Christian men. He could have, but he didn't. We were all created in God's image to get to know one another, because that's where the beauty in God's creation lies. In my own work as an Eagle Scout, my project was to build a trail at a historic African American burial ground. Back in 2018, that connection came from being aware and involved in my local community and meeting with Pastor Michelle Thomas of the Loudon Freedom Center. And for years now, I've continued. My Eagle Project is done. I got the award. I got the Messengers of Peace Award. But I've continued to stand with the African American community, with the Black community in 2020, in 2019, last year, this year, because we each have something to offer to each other, to our brothers and sisters in humanity. And I want to close with a hadith or a saying of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, the Prophet of Islam. And it goes like this. A follower of Prophet Muhammad went up to him and asked, when I see something wrong, what should I do? And the Prophet Muhammad is reported to have said, if you see something wrong, take actions with your hands to change it. If you cannot do that, take actions with your mouth to change it. Speak out. And if you cannot do that, then make prayer to God to change it. But know that the prayer is the least of these actions, the least of faith. Prayer, thoughts and prayers, too many times it's been said, thoughts and prayers, as children or college students my age have been killed in mass shootings. Children the age of my siblings have been gunned down in schools, in churches, in mosques, in synagogues, too many times. Thoughts and prayers can't take us where we need to go. Action with our hands is where we need to go. That is the peak of faith. Together, we have to stand and take action. We can pray, but it means nothing if we don't follow it up, if we don't walk, if we don't change the world we're living in for our friends, our family, our brothers and sisters in humanity. Thank you all again for being here, because this is taking action. This is the change we need. Yesterday, there were historic records of marches. It has to continue. It has to continue for the AAPI community, for women, for the LGBTQ plus community, for the Black community, for everyone. It has to continue, and we have to be there for each other because we're stronger together. We were made in God's image as we are. We will not let anyone take that away from us. We will make our voices heard together. Thank you all, and peace be with you. Assalamu alaikum.
I now see why you got the Heroes Award. It's pretty. Thank you for that message. And as my pastor father would say, after we have a great interfaith moment like this, let's have a short moment of silence for everybody together to think of what brought you here today and what you want to get done. Thank you. And please thank the Unity stage here. We have Lance, Giovanna, Pardeep, Mikhail. We also have Mira, Janeza, and Yina. Thank you so much.
We are 23 million strong.
From big cities to rural towns, classrooms to kitchens,
Hospitals to boardrooms.
We'll rise together.
we are part of the fabric of American society.
When one of us is threatened or assaulted, it is an attack on all of us.
An attack on America.
When you're feeling hopeless.
There's a disturbing surge of racist attacks against Asian Americans.
When you're feeling low.
You're marginalizing us and you're telling us we don't belong.
When you're in the darkness.
For too long, our stories have been erased,
We've been fetishized,
othered,
scapegoated.
murdered.
We will always speak out against violence and discrimination wherever it occurs.
Only love can light it up.
Time and again, our community has beaten back hate.
We've built change from the ground up.
In the darkness, only love can light it up.
We organized. We rallied.
We expanded equality for all Americans.
We served.
We built community and opportunity for the next generation.
Together,
We can set the world on fire.
we have been beaten down and counted out.
We can set the world on fire.
But together,
We rise.
a That's why the Asian American Foundation has come together to serve 23 million Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders.
Block by block, community to community.
And work to support Asian American leaders who know how to make change.
In the pursuit of belonging and prosperity.
Our story is America's story. The Asian American Foundation.
Woo! All right. How we doing, DC Mall? Yeah? I know you're staying strong. You have to. We got a lot of great speakers today. I want to tell you about somebody that you've probably heard about, because our story is America's story, is it not? And that story goes back years and years. That story starts and continues today with the one idea of why we're here, and that's unity. Woo! When Yuri Kochiyama fought for reparations for Japanese Americans who were taken from their very homes and put in American internment camps. She worked with other civil rights leaders. She stood up. She got moving. She worked with Malcolm X and Robert F. Williams. She fought together for equal rights for African Americans as well. You know, America's story, as we all know, has dark times, and you just have to open up the history book. You can go back a week, you can go back a year, you can go back 20 years, you can go back 100 years. But all of you turn those dark pages to make them a little bit lighter, don't you? In everything you do, you bring a little bit more light to those dark times. If you turn around and you look behind you, there's a mural. That is of 27-year-old Vincent Chin, who was killed 40 years ago just this week. That mural made its way down from Detroit, Michigan, thanks to Anthony Lee. Vincent Chin was a Chinese American who was out on a bachelor party on every other night, but he faced a racist attack and he was beaten to death with a bat in the street. But that moment, it galvanized Asian American Pacific Islanders. It took them from what was a story that was unknown to a story that you better take attention to.
Helen Zia!
You got it. Helen Zia. This story had a massive impact thanks to the work of the world-renowned activist, author, and journalist, Helen Zia, who said, you gotta put this in the history books. You can't forget about it. And she's featured in the Academy Award-nominated documentary, Who Killed Vincent Chin? She's got groundbreaking articles, essays, reviews, speeches, publications. She's a Fulbright scholar, a graduate of Princeton's first coeducational class, and she is just a person who has not given up. When she stood in the streets like you are, when she stood out in public 40 years ago, she's doing exactly like what you're doing. All of you are Helen Zias. Now, ladies and gentlemen, your eyes to the screen. Here is Helen Zia.
Sisters, brothers, family, and friends, standing together in unity in the nation's capital and joining together virtually from everywhere. We stand together in this historic space where so many have marched together before, for racial and gender equity, for workers' rights, for trans and queer people, for immigrants, refugees, and undocumented, for abortion and reproductive rights, yes, to save our planet, for safety from guns and violence, for peace and freedom. Though the issues may have been different, the fundamental call was the same. We stand together, united, for the right to live in safety with our full human rights and human dignity, standing together for social justice, for ourselves and for each other, together in unity. Today, this Unity March makes history because this march is led by, organized by, called together by Asian Americans to say that we stand together with black, brown, red, yellow, white for our common humanity, for the social justice that binds this democracy together. For too long, our communities have been pitted against each other as though we can only fight for the few crumbs that are thrown our way while white supremacy maintains its grip on power, as though people of color and people of conscience are the enemy of each other in the struggle for crumbs. And so we see over and over again the horror of our beloved communities under attack, picked off one by white supremacists who are standing by in Buffalo and El Paso, in Atlanta and Oak Creek, in Coeur d'Alene and Charlottesville, in Pittsburgh and Orlando, and too many other places. As a proud Asian American, as a queer woman of color and the daughter of immigrants, I was fortunate to grow up at a time in the 1960s when people of color and people of conscience did come together, to stand together, to fight together, side by side, on many different issues, but all for the cause of social justice. We chanted slogans like black, brown, red, yellow, white, all the people must unite, and the people united will never be defeated. Building unity wasn't easy, but we did the hard work because we believed we are all in this together, and that we could overcome any and all challenges if we remained united. This historic Unity March has been called by Asian Americans to say, no more, no way, we will not be used, and we call on all people to stand together, because unless we stand together, the hate crimes against our communities, including anti-Asian hate, will continue to pick us off one by one. Unity is not a pipe dream. It is not an unattainable ideal. In the 1980s, at a time of terrible anti-Asian hate when Vincent Chin was killed, Asian Americans built a united effort against hate, a new civil rights movement with Black Americans and people from all walks of life standing together for social justice. As Lily Chin, Vincent's mother, said then, our skin might be different, but our blood is the same. Together we can bend the arc of history toward justice. Look at this Unity March. Let's hold on tight to this moment and absorb the truth that is right in front of us. The fact that people of color and people of conscience are already in the majority of this democracy. If we can bring the energy and righteous anger from the movements for Black lives, from the Stop Asian Hate movement, from the Me Too movements, from the Voices for Immigrant Rights, from the environmental justice movement and people against gun violence movements, and for abortion rights, we can turn this country around to create a mighty tide that will lift all of our communities. That is what this historic Unity March is about today. Take in the beauty and glory of what unity looks like. Unity is what white supremacy fears. We are the majority. The word community has the word unity in it. We are the majority. So let's make good trouble and remember, the people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated.
The people united. That's what we are. We'll never be defeated. Let's hear for the people and for Helen Zia. And for our next speakers. And I do want to note my friend Richard, with great respect for what he's doing, he's bringing this story to the masses on MSNBC this afternoon. So he stepped away from the microphone, but he's still staying up front and with a voice, as are our next group of speakers here. We want to begin with Reverend Stephen Green. He is the founder of Faith for Black Lives, a faith-based, woo! It's got some people here. A faith-based social justice organization. He's also led more than 30,000 young activists, I think some of them are here, as the former director of the youth division of the NAACP. Give it up, Reverend Green.
I woke up this morning with my mind, and it was stayed on freedom. I woke up this morning with my mind, and it was stayed on freedom. I woke up this morning with my mind, and it was stayed on freedom. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Make some noise, Unity March. It is no accident that we have gathered on this day, on the heels of what this nation has experienced this past week, with an illegitimate Supreme Court that was stolen by an illegitimate president that has made illegitimate decisions. And we have come in solidarity as African American leadership and faith leaders with our Asian brothers and sisters, our siblings, to recognize that this is a particular moment in our nation's history where we have to decide where we will go from here. It was Martin King who said in 1967, where do we go from here, chaos or community? And so we've come to pose that same question to this nation. Where do we go from here after massive shootings continue to gun down children in schools and elders in grocery stores? Where do we go from here? When anti-Asian hate and anti-black hate continues to permeate its ugly head, where do we go from here? Where do we go from here where children in Flint, Michigan still don't have access to clean, quality water? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here with so much chaos in our schools and in our healthcare as we still deal with a raging global pandemic? Where do we go from here? And I wonder today how we wrestle with that question, how we wrestle with that notion. And I found strength in the old ancient sacred text as Moses wrestled with that same question with the children of Israel facing a Red Sea in front of them, Pharaoh's army behind them, and we recognize that we too are in the same predicament. We've got an army of white supremacists chasing at our heels, wanting to divide Asians and African Americans. We know that there's an army behind us, continuing to divide us. We know there is an army behind us and yet a Red Sea in front of us. But as Moses told the children of Israel, today we've come on this National Unity March to tell the nation, we must use what's in our hand. And there is power in our hands. There is strength in our hands. There is unity when we unite together in our hands. And so we come today to use what's in our hands. And I would ask if you could just lift up your fists as a solidarity moment all across this National Mall and go back home using what's in your hands. When we rise together, when we fight together, we will build a new nation. We will build a new moral order. We will establish a new constitution that will finally make this nation true to what it writes on paper. Use what's in your hand.
Thank you, Reverend Green. Not inspired by that, I don't know how you can't be. Our next guest, also an inspiring voice for us. She grew up attending segregated public schools. And for those of you who are in the younger part of our audience today, you have to think it wasn't that long ago. Segregated public schools she went to. But today she stands before you as a woman who's earned her doctorate from Howard University, HU. You know. We welcome Dr. Delisa Saunders, Senior Policy Advisor for the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation.
Good afternoon, how y'all doing? Again, I am Delisa Saunders, representing the president and fierce leader of the National Coalition of Black Civic Participation in our signature program, Black Women's Roundtable. to be here today. This is a beautiful moment. This is a beautiful moment. And thank you for showing up to show what unity looks like. Our unity is our power. Our unity is our power. When I think about unity, I think about our hands. How each finger can do things. It can do this, it can move that. But when we combine all of our fingers with that thumb, what can we do? We make a fist. We can knock down walls. We can break down barriers. Our unity is our strength. Our unity is our strength. We will use it. We will use this unity to dismantle and tear down discrimination, the hate, the fear, the mistrust, and the abuse of our people. We are going to break down obstacles that are created to keep us from getting an education. I know because I've been there, earning a fair, equitable, livable wage, making choices about our own bodies, y'all. That's our business. A few months from now, what we're going to do, we're going to take all of our souls to the polls and we are going to vote. We are going to vote and send a united message to the world about the issues we care for and the people that we are electing. We're letting them know that we are hoping and are going to hold you accountable. At the local level, y'all, this stuff is moved to the local and the state levels and the national level. Together, when I look at all of us, each one of us, it just reminds me of threads, single threads that are beautiful and strong and powerful by themselves. But when we knit ourselves together, we get a fabric that can keep us warm, protect us from a fall. Our unity is our power. We are many threads, y'all, coming together as one beautiful, bad fabric. Thank you. Our unity is our power.
Our unity is indeed our power, and it depends in large part on all of you and your voices. We have talked already about the importance, looking forward to this fall, the importance of your vote, the increasing importance and power of all of us as voters, and that is going to make a big difference this fall and in every election beyond. It's also important for us to have leaders, and there is a new generation of educational leaders that are representing our community and all communities of color. Among them is my good friend, someone who's known to almost all of you in the AAPI community for his many roles in so many organizations. He is the first Asian American president of Queens College and of the University of California, Hastings College of Law. Before that, Mr. Frank Wu, President Wu.
Good afternoon, friends. None of this is new. During the pandemic, we saw so many of those videos, those viral videos of attacks. And when it first started, maybe you had some friends, as I did, who said, well, it's just random. But when you see enough of those videos, you realize it's not random, it's racial. It's a pattern. It starts with those slurs that we know well from the teasing and taunting, the common cruelty of childhood. You know those words. And then people shouting that we should go back to where we're from, even if that's Detroit, Michigan. And shouting at us that this is your fault. It isn't just about whether Asians are contagious. It's about blame. Blame yet again for something that we have nothing to do with. And when we watched those videos, we saw that it escalates so quickly from the words that lead to the sticks and stones. We saw people spit upon, shoved to the ground so hard and kicked in the head, they fell into a coma and had to go to the hospital in critical condition, shoved in front of oncoming subway trains, stabbed, shot. people who were just going about their business, walking down the sidewalk. And in some of these videos, you even see the bystanders do nothing. But now is our moment, because we remember this past, and now people are aware as never before. We know the story, and we are sharing that story of Vincent Chin, killed because attackers blamed him for the success of Japanese cars. We all look alike. That's what they always say. Never mind that he was Chinese, not Japanese, and American, a working class guy who just felt the same pinch of economic anxiety to his killers, who always admitted they did what they did. There was no doubt that they committed that act. It was the color of skin, the texture of hair, and the shape of eye. That's all that mattered. Yet Asian Americans have also long stood up. If you were born in this nation and you take for granted, as so many of us do, that you are a citizen by birthright, that's because a guy named Wong Kim Ark in the 1890s, a guy from San Francisco, went all the way up to the Supreme Court back when it respected rights, and he won. So many of these episodes of history are about unity. Asian American laborers in the beet fields of Oxnard, California. You've probably never heard about this strike in the early 1900s. They came together with their Chicano peers, and they went out on strike in one of the early successes of the labor movement. When Dr. King spoke right here in the nation's capital under this hot sun in 1963, the Japanese American Citizens League was right there. They sent a contingent dressed in their Sunday best, and Dr. King would wear fresh Hawaiian leis sent to him by fellow members of the clergy, all the way from Hawaii, back before you could just ship anything overnight, and that was an act of solidarity. When Malcolm X was gunned down in 1965 in New York City, if you look at those photos, cradling his head as he drew his last breath, one of his closest confidants, someone who was beside him for all of his activism, was Yuri Kochiyama, a Japanese American inspired by the Black Power movement. This gathering is unprecedented, but I want to lift up that so many of our allies are here. Just as Asian Americans marched last year with Black Lives Matter, so too we see something we have never seen before, and we welcome it. Asian Americans standing up and speaking out, and then people who are black and brown, who are Jewish, who are gay and lesbian, who are labor leaders, people who are white, people who care about the same principles we care about, standing alongside us. That is what gives me hope. Leaders following the Atlanta spa shootings include the Afro-Asian sons of one of the victims who was killed. That is what gives me hope. This nation beckoned to us. It invited us. It offered us freedom, opportunity, even equality. But to make good on the promise of this diverse democracy requires that we participate in coalition with all who are here. There is so much to be done. Let's get to it. Thank you.
Absolutely. They gave me a script for Dr. Jim Zogby, but I have to tell you, many of you are familiar with hearing his voice, seeing him, his thoughtful commentary, the number of times he has come forward and spoken on these important issues in the media and elsewhere. He served on 3 presidential campaigns, and then President Obama appointed him to the Commission on International Religious Freedom. He is an important voice for all of us. Please welcome Dr. James Zogby, founder of the Arab American Institute.
Thank you very much. There are so many thoughts percolating in my head, so many themes I'd like to cover, but I can never honestly begin at this event without reminding you of a moment in my life that I'll never forget. It was 21 years ago, in the aftermath of 9/11. The fear was real, was real. 3 people went to jail for threatening my life, my family's life, and my children's lives. It was a horrible moment. The fear was real. People really felt in my community that our experience would be that of the Japanese American community after World War II, in the middle of World War II. But a week later, I was invited to an event, not unlike this, at the Japanese American War Memorial. If you haven't been, you need to be there, and you need to just think about what it represents. The solitude, the pain, all displayed in one stone structure. It speaks loudly. I was there. 31 organizations were brought together by the Asian American community to be in solidarity with us. And I remember going to the podium thinking, and I began my talk saying, it will not happen to us. Because when you were taken to the camps, there was no one to defend you. But you turned your pain and your experience into a moment of solidarity that said it should never happen again. And so you joined and protected and defended us and gave us hope. It was enormously powerful, the message it sent. And at the event were every black leader I knew, every Latino leader I knew, the church leadership, the Jewish leadership, senators, members of Congress, people that wouldn't have come out had we organized it, but you invested your pain in our defense and brought us hope. And so when Asian Americans were attacked, we wanted to be there on the front line with you because we know that solidarity matters. And that's why today speaks loudly to the fact that we will win. And let me just do a little historical note here. There are times when it seems so dark and the clouds seem so threatening and it seems like everything is just gone. The Supreme Court to hell, political partisanship to hell. I mean, just everything is awful. Just remember, if you leave today with one thought, just remember this. We are better today than we ever were in human history. Think that hate crimes, nothing compared to the 1920s. People were lynched, not just blacks were lynched, Italians were lynched, Greeks were lynched, Lebanese were lynched, Asians were lynched. I mean, there was a lynching party in America for everybody foreign. The Asian Exclusion Act came to include us, Syrian Lebanese. They didn't want any Syrian trash in America. So for 30 years, there were no immigrants from my part of the world. My mother's father and his brother came. He got in, brother got shipped out, ended up in Brazil. They never saw each other again. Never knew what happened to the rest of the family. We know there are Zagbis in Brazil. Don't know whether they're related or not. Soon they are. I mean, we were born in genocide as a nation. We were born in slavery as a nation. We were born in the conquest of the Southwest and the colonization and imperialism that dominated Latin and Central America. That's how we were born. We're better today than we ever were. We have more awareness than we ever did. We have solidarity today that we never imagined possible. When I worked with Jesse Jackson in 1984, I had a sense of a solidarity that I never knew possible as the diverse component communities of the rainbow came together and built a powerful progressive movement that lives on, And you are here today, and those watching us know that we will win this fight. One final word about the Supreme Court. This is a message for my friends on the left, because I grew up with Bernie and I grew up with Jesse, and that's where my politics are. But I want to tell you one thing. Take this as a cautionary note. Elections matter. Elections matter. And do not look for the perfect. Look for the better. If you got to hold your nose, hold it and vote for the better candidate, because lives are at stake. Don't tell me if Al Gore had been president, we would be where we are today. Don't tell me if Hillary Clinton had won in 2016, we would be where we are today. No way on earth would we be dealing, would it be perfect? No, I wanted Bernie. But the contest wasn't Bernie Hillary anymore. It was Hillary Trump. There was no damn choice. Anybody on the left who made the wrong choice somehow is responsible for what we're dealing with right now. Do not for 1 minute allow the perfect to be enemy of the good. We have a choice in November. Make the right choice. Elections matter. We can win, but we've got to make the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Green, Dr. Saunders, President Wu, and Dr. Zogby.
The thing I realize about my community is how strong and resilient we are.
For our elders,
for our neighbors,
for us.
We must end this cycle of hate to create belonging.
Our community deserves more
than thoughts and prayers.
It's time for all 23 million of us to be heard.
That is why TAF is launching a national network of visibility
and support.
The TAF National Action Centers.
The solutions are already
in our community.
Let's show the world how we overcome hate
with hope.
I don't need no saving, I'm bringing the light. I'm filling my cup until it's up and overflows.
This is a powerful segment. Please, please listen to the voices here. And this is so amazing to me because I wish I could read you, those of you at home, I wish I could read you all the signs that are out here. The variations, the Stop Asian Hate. It is an honor, as Sandra reminds us, just to be Asian. Right? And our good trouble does, in fact, start here. We want to think now about those of you who are part of the modern movement. We know, we have seen that violence, racism, xenophobia, we aren't done with that. So today, we have joined together and consider this. More than 50 groups, more than 50 nonprofit organizations, all of whom are standing together to make this day happen. Think about that. You think there's not power in numbers? There's power in numbers. Also, there's power over politics if you have the numbers, and that's where we need to represent. More than 50 nonprofits are involved in making this day happen and working to help historically excluded groups. In a moment, you're going to hear from a number of them. The leader of the Women's March, many of us remember. The parents of a Chinese American killed by police. Yes, this is important too. First, Aki Soriano is director of the Filipino Workers Center. Because we don't think enough about the challenges, about the fear, about the pain facing domestic workers from wage theft, from human trafficking. We are not thoughtful enough. We have not spoken on that enough. So here, Aki will speak.
We will not bow down to racism. I said we will not bow down to injustice. I said we will not bow down to exploitation. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna stand. We're gonna stand. Hello everybody. Mainit na pagbati sa inyong lahat. My name is Aki Soriano Versosa. I'm the Executive Director of the Filipino Workers Center and Board Chair and proud member of the National Domestic Workers Alliance. And I am here representing the strong and proud women and men domestic workers, Filipino immigrants who are caring for some of the most important things in our lives, our elders, our homes, our children, the work that makes all other work possible. And we are standing here in solidarity today at the AAPI Unity March because we know that the same narrative, the same lies, the same structural racism that is devaluing the lives of our brothers and sisters, our mothers and fathers, our lolas and lolas in our API communities are the same narratives, the same lies, the same racism that are devaluing our own brothers and sisters who are workers, our immigrant workers being scapegoated. These are the kind of narratives that allow for women to, until 75 years of exclusion in California from overtime protections for domestic workers. And until this year, they did not enforce overtime or even minimum wage laws for domestic workers across the land. And we know that this type of structural racism is actually what is devaluing us and is the thing that ties us together. That we need to organize, we need to educate ourselves in terms of the roots, that when we come together like the United Farm Workers, when Filipino farm workers came together with Mexican farm workers, they fought and they won. And domestic workers, Black, brown, API, white, are all coming together to fight for our rights across the country, and we are standing up together for our democracy, and we are standing to fight this structural racism. And it is so great to see everyone here, but we need to do more, right? We need to fill this national mall. We need to organize in our workplaces. We need to organize in our communities so that everyone understands why we need to build solidarity together. That racism, structural racism, is pitting us against other folks, and that we need to come together to build the kind of power to protect ourselves, to be a resilient community on the work site, in our communities everywhere. So let's organize, let's educate, let's get to the polls, let's build our API unity, and let's stand in solidarity and demand that solidarity for ourselves as well.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Now, please help us to welcome Kalaya Mendoza, queer, Filipino, hard of hearing, and most of all, human rights defender, director at Nonviolent Peace Force.
Thank you so much. Who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? I first heard these 4 words on the streets, echoed by Queen Jean, a Black trans goddess, protest organizer, when we were at the very start of figuring out how we would survive through this pandemic. This was during the uprisings following the murders of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd. We keep us safe. These words are a clarion call. They are a rallying cry, a powerful invocation of collective care, a radical reminder that we can only rely on community to keep us safe. And we are in unsafe times. It isn't just news from yesterday. It isn't just news from the last 6 years. Women, femmes, Black, Indigenous, people of color, LGBTQIA, Two-Spirit, and disabled communities, all marginalized communities, have never been safe in this white, settler, colonial state. We keep us safe. These words are a visionary reimagining of safety. In 2015, Dr. Angela Davis and Grace Lee Boggs came together and they called us to move from just protest organizing towards visionary organizing. We need to reimagine a better world because we cannot rely on those in power to work for this world for us. This is also a reminder that while we are reimagining and co-creating a safer and more just world, the tools to navigate the current one lie within our communities. My name is Calayan Mendoza, and I am the Director of U.S. Programs for Nonviolent Peace Force. NP, okay, protects civilians in armed conflicts around the world using unarmed strategies. From South Sudan to South Minneapolis, from Mindanao to New York City, we work alongside communities to keep themselves safe from state and non-state actor violence. I am a proud queer, Filipino, and disabled immigrant who comes from a tradition of nonviolent direct action and community safety and mutual protection. Mutual protection, like mutual aid. How many folks have taken part in mutual aid? Raise your fist up high. Mutual aid and mutual protection are rooted in solidarity and radical love for one another. Solidarity is power with, not power over. As Dr. Lilia Watson, the Muri activist, academic, and artist teaches us, my liberation is bound up in yours. No one is safe until we are all safe. Mutual protection calls us to protect our communities as our communities protect us. It is a shared responsibility and legacy left to us by our ancestors. Ancestors who have survived through genocide, colonization, and occupation. I know you might feel alone right now. I hope you don't feel alone right now. And you may not be able to see it immediately, but communities are working together as they have historically. I see it every day at home in New York City, where we're working with the Asian American Federation on the Hope Against Hate campaign. When we are fighting back against anti-Asian hate, we need to look at the root causes of that, which is white supremacy, colonization, patriarchy. We're working to build up the skills of our communities to be able to fight back against violence. I hate the fact that we have to train our grandmothers, our moms, our relatives on keeping themselves alive. This should not be the world that we live in. Today, I have one ask of all of you. I'm asking all of you to care for, protect, and love one another more fiercely, more intentionally, more lovingly than this white settler colonial state hates us. As Grace Lee Boggs once said, the only way to survive is by taking care of one another. Who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? Thank you.
Thank you. I see here some signs, APIA, mental health matters. This is a moment for us. I want to take you back more than a year now, when this world lost a very bright and beautiful light. 19-year-old Christian Hall, Chinese American, shot and killed by police in Pennsylvania during what was clearly a mental health crisis. Justice. Now his family, though, grieving as every day must continue to grieve for the loss of their boy. They are standing and speaking before you because they want so much for none of us ever to face that kind of loss again. Please welcome and applaud and lift up and support Christian's parents, Gareth and Faye Holm.
Thank you. I'm at a loss right now because I had this written out on my phone and there's too much of a glare for me to read it. So I'm going to have to do this from memory. My son Christian was adopted from China. We received him a week before his first birthday. So his entire life, he only knew us as his family. We never hid the fact that he was adopted from him. We always taught him that he should be proud of who he was. And he was. But just as much as he was proud of being a Chinese American, he completely embraced our family as well. He would tell people that he was a Black, Asian, Filipino, Chinese man. He completely embraced every ethnicity represented in our household. And he was proud of it. I'll never forget when he was around 11 years old, he announced to me, "Dad, I'm going to be a gangster rapper." And I looked at him and I asked him, "Have you ever looked in a mirror?" He looked at me as if I had 3 heads. He's like, "What don't you understand? That's who I am." And I just went, "Okay, I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to speak against it." I loved my son very much. We often butted heads, especially when he was a teenager, because he thought that I was trying to control his life. What truly bothers me right now in not being able to see my phone is I was planning on reading to you a letter he wrote to me for his last Father's Day because he couldn't be with us. Oh, here it is. Thank you, Faye. He wrote this in December 2020. "Dear Dad, happy Father's Day. I realize that Father's Day is supposed to be spent with your kids, but because of me, it's not. For that, I'm sorry. For most of my life, I can admit that I thought you were trying to keep me from living life when really all you wanted to do was keep me safe and guide me as a father should. Through the years that I have looked back on that, I realized that all you did was love me and stick by my side, even after being a pain in the side. I realized that despite your toughness, there was a lot of frustration, confusion, hurt, disappointment, and even embarrassment, as well as gray hairs. I often told him this was all because of him." Oh, good. "Emotionally, you helped me understand my feelings and supported me. You went to my baseball games when you hated them." Yeah, he used to stand in the field playing with his hat and not paying attention to the ball. You sacrificed your job to homeschool me when I asked you, and you pay the consequences today of not having retirement and having to work even though you are almost 60. I can't change the past or the gray hairs on your head, but I can change the future. As you supported me in my life struggles, I promise to help you through yours. I love you and that will never change. Despite not being my biological father, you are the one who raised me, so therefore you are my dad. I love you and I miss you, and I can't wait to see you. This was our son, Christian. Christian Joseph Hall. I love and miss him very much, and I know he is looking down on my wife and I, urging us forward in our struggles for mental health and police reform. We miss you, Christian, and we love you.
My husband and I adopted Christian from China in October 2002 when he was just 1 year old. We did not hide the fact that he was adopted, but we made sure that he knew he was loved and that his adoption did not matter. He was our child. He was our only child. We raised him going to church on Sundays. He was in Sunday school in his early years, and he was part of the youth group in his teenage years. He was the social butterfly in the family. Every Sunday after church, my husband and I would wait for him because he had to make his rounds, talking to his friends and sometimes to the adults. He knew more people than we did and what was happening in their lives. He was the glue that kept our family together. He talked to most of his cousins almost every day. Like any teenager, Christian had issues. He broke up with his girlfriend. He was depressed because he cannot hang out with his friends. He cannot see his family in Connecticut, New Jersey, and New York. The isolation from COVID got to him. He was between therapists. It was difficult to get an appointment with a new therapist. Some offices would not speak to me because he was over 18 years. They would say they would have to speak with him. So I couldn't make those appointments for him. He had dreams. He wanted to be a rap artist. He was always interviewing to get a second job to save for a car. He was supposed to take his driving test on January the 9th. But on January the 9th, that was the day for his funeral service. I do not believe that Christian wanted to take his life on December 30, 2020. He called 911 himself. He called 911 and told them that there's a suicidal person on the bridge. It was a cry for help. The response to this cry for help from those who were supposed to protect and serve were 8 bullets. It took months for the DA, the troopers, to produce the dash cam video to support their claim that shooting Christian was justified. The request to have the matter investigated independently by Pennsylvania Attorney General was denied. Their actions bring many questions. First of all, would the troopers have shot him if he was white or if he looked like them? Would they have shot him if he looked like a member of his family, of their family? Do they think that Christian, but because Christian was Chinese, that he looked Asian, that his parents are Filipino and black, that we would just go away quietly? What we do now will not bring my son back, but perhaps another death will be prevented. This country needs a lot of change. We need laws for immediate transparency, independent investigations, and accountability for injury and death at the hands of those who are supposed to protect and serve. Mental health professionals should work with law enforcers in mental health crisis situations. In 2020, Denver, Colorado launched the STAR program. CAHOOT's program in Eugene, Oregon has been saving lives since 1989. The Houston Police Department has a mental health division. These programs are examples of collaboration between mental health professionals and law enforcement. These programs should be the standard in every community. You and I, we have a lot of work to do. We must work together to bring change in this country. If not for Christian Hall, we should work together for ourselves, for our families, for the future generation and the generations after that. So I say to you, justice for Christian Hall, justice for all.
A reminder of the importance of our standing here and standing together. I thank you. And I think all of us share that. 2017, you may recall that on this very space, on this wide green lawn, our next guest helped to lead hundreds of thousands of people in a protest for women's rights. I'm not a political person, but I don't suppose there's a more appropriate day for her to speak than it is today. She is an author, she is an activist, she is a Muslim, and she is the co-founder of the Women's March, Linda Sarsour.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm outraged today. I just want you all to know I came with a lot of rage in my body. But I also came here in solidarity, and I came here to be with all of you. And I came here to remind America that anti-Asian sentiment is not new to this country. The largest mass lynching that happened was to Chinese immigrants in 1871. This is a country that interned Japanese Americans. This is a country that passed a federal piece of legislation to exclude Chinese immigration in the form of the Chinese Exclusion Act. So I want to say to my Asian sisters and brothers and family that are here today, this country continues to show you who they are. Believe that the United States of America is not here to protect you, and that you as Asian Americans and children and grandchildren of Asian immigrants owe nothing to this country. This country is what it is because of you, because of the brilliance that you brought here to these United States of America. You are doctors, and you are lawyers, and you are nurses, and you are workers, and you are activists, and you are organizers, and you are teachers, and this country moves because you are here. No more model minority. No more model minority. We are all we got. This country wants you to decide how close in proximity to power you want to be. But the closer you got to proximity and power, they proved over and over to you and to us, they are not here to protect us. They did not protect our sisters in Atlanta. They are not protecting our Asian elders who are being assaulted in New York, or our sisters who are being murdered across this country. So I came here to tell all of you that we gotta work together. And I'm calling you, my Asian American communities, to a higher ground. I need you more organized. I need you outside, and I need you more visible. Because I promise you that I will stand with you. I will stand for you, and I will defend you, but I need you also to be outside. We are in a very important moment in this country. And you know why I'm not only outraged, but I'm sad? Because our generation, my generation, is the first generation in American history that has to tell another generation that you got less rights than your mothers and your grandmothers and your great-grandmothers. Every generation in this country has progressed even just a little bit, and it is our generation that is going back. I don't want to tell future generations that you got less rights than me. And so now we got to organize again and again and again. Let me tell you about our opposition. Sometimes you gotta give credit where it's due. Our opposition is organized. They are united, they are coordinated, and they got a plan. We need a plan. And the plan has to be rooted in a radical solidarity. One that says, I'm going to stand up and I'm going to risk something. For the last 21 years, I've given everything that I have. I got nothing more to give. But I'm still outside, and I'm gonna stay outside until the last breath that is in my body. So I'm calling you to go to the polls, and a lot of people don't like to hear that. They don't like to hear that. They say, what are the polls doing for us? How is that gonna help me? You have local elections. Forget about who's in the White House right now. Forget about who's in the White House right now. You have local elections. And I want you to join us in holding this administration accountable, because I'm tired of coming outside to organize against Republicans. Republicans are not the problem. You are the problem. I am the problem. The Democratic Party is the problem. So what is the plan moving forward based on what we heard this week? President Biden got to do his job. You are in the White House to do a job. Instead of coming outside to tell me to be peaceful and then go vote, go write some executive orders, why don't you? Why don't you come outside and give me something tangible to protect the people until we figure out what we're going to do? This administration is inadequate. Do not be an apologist for people who don't fight for you in the way that you deserve. And my brother gave you a quote today from a brilliant Aboriginal woman named Leela Watson, and I'm gonna give you the whole quote from the beginning to the end, because you gotta go home with this, my Asian American sisters and brothers. Leela Watson said, if you have come here to help me, you are wasting your time. But if you have come here because you believe that your liberation is bound up with mine, then let us work together. We are all we got. And I'm calling on folks here who are not Asian Americans. Let's be clear, I'm West Asian, just for you all know. Technically speaking, Palestinians are West Asians. So I am of your community. But for those of you who are not Asian, I'm calling on some courage. How dare anybody see an elderly Asian woman being assaulted and you turn a blind eye, because you are a coward for doing that. That you ever see somebody being assaulted or targeted and you walk away, that's coward culture. We need courage culture in America. So I vow to you that if I ever am in a space where there is a targeting or assault against any Asian American, count on me and count on courage, because I will stand up for you and I will put my body on the line for you, and I ask our Asian American sisters and brothers to be ready to put your body on the line for others. Power to the people.
Okay, powered up. Finally in this segment, we hear from Michelle Pedro, who is a child of the Pacific Island diaspora and of a community that is not well known, not well heard from, but she is bringing voice to it. She is policy director at the Arkansas Coalition of Marshallese from the Marshall Islands.
Ooh, how do I follow that? So nervous. For my Asian Americans, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander community. This is how we stand up and be allies to each other. I am from the Pacific. I am an oceanic woman. A proud daughter, granddaughter of citizens of the Compact of Free Association, which was bombed. We were tested and bombed and experimented over and over and over again in World War II. And this is our legacy, that we will not be ashamed of who we are no longer. That we are not going to be apologetic. We're not going to bow down anymore and say, we're going to take this and be silent. No. This is who we are. In the pandemic, I thought that it will wipe us out. But coming from a long line of strong Micronesian women, we came together, resilient, taking care of each other, and banding together, not with just Marshallese or Micronesians, Polynesians, Melanesians, but with everyone in the community, because that's what women do. We come together and take care of each other. And that's how our community became stronger together. When Medicaid was reinstated, I thought we could breathe, but there's so much more to do. And still, one piece of paper, your citizenship status, is what holds you in that line saying it's approved or not, your application for health care. Health equity, mental equity, labor trafficking, everything connects us, just like the ocean. We, as strong women and men of Oceania, we band together with Asian Americans, with Native Hawaiians, with all of you, colored minorities. We are strong, we are phenomenal, and together we can be better. And as women of Oceania, we are like the rising tides. Rising tides raises all ships, and we invite you to voyage with us to unity, to prosperity, in healing one another and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, every single one of you, for bringing your voices to this conversation.
The creation of the Asian American Foundation is more than just about responding to an isolated moment. It's about fundamentally transforming how we invest in the AAPI community.
Not only are we coming together, but we are also learning from each other. The only way that we can stand up is if we do it together.
It's just part of being a human and caring about the person next to you, regardless of what they look like.
This has to be an all-out effort and it has to be action-oriented.
We need to make people aware and we need to unite and stop the Asian hate. Keep talking about this, keep discussing it.
We need to create an America that belongs to all of us.
People around the country are starting to unite based on a common theme, which is equality.
We can learn from all the movements. Collective power works.
We're all similar, we're all the same. We're all in this together.
Create, as Dr. King called, the beloved community.
We need to rewrite, really for the first time, the full history of this country.
We are making our mark to preserve our legacy.
And the America that we envision has to be about access to opportunity, belonging to America. We need to define ourselves.
What we're trying to do is break a number of generational cycles.
By forming a group, we can have a voice together.
And we are speaking up.
The Asian American Foundation is coming together
to support Asian American leaders
who know how to make change. Block by block,
Community by community.
We will serve 23 million Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders
in pursuit of belonging
and prosperity.
We need more opportunities. We need more representation. We need a seat at the table.
Our story is America's story.
Join us.
Tell the world I'm coming.
All right. We are empowered by this, but we're also struggling a bit in the heat, so please know that we are still unified in coming forward on this. Next, we have, speaking for us, someone that Forbes magazine has already identified as an African-American woman everyone should know. So here's your opportunity. Please welcome to us not only Deanna Singh, but her special guest. She's an award-winning author, educator, business leader, podcaster, and social justice champion. Deanna.
Hello, everybody. It is so wonderful to be here with you. I'm Deanna Singh, and I'm super proud to also be here with my father, Bachin Singh. Yay! We are representing Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and also Louisiana, Punjab. And it is an honor to be able to be here with you today. So, when I was a little girl, one of my favorite things in the world to do was to help my father tie his turban. Now, this is the way that it works. It's a big piece of cloth, and you grab opposite ends of the cloth, and then you have to hold it taut and pull the extra cloth into the center. Now, I loved doing this with my dad because he made it into a little bit of a game. We kind of had a tug of war going, right? I would hold on to one side and he would hold on to the other side, and we would pull as much as we could. And my dad, being the gracious man that he is, made me feel really strong in those moments, right? I would be holding it and he would be slowly, but slowly enough that still made me feel like I had some power, pulling me closer. And then by the end of it, I would be right with him, and he would have all the fabric in one hand, and then he would have me in the other, and he would pull me close and hold me close. And I have to tell you that that was my favorite moment. I knew my dad was always gonna win, but it was my favorite moment because it was a time where I felt incredibly safe. So when you're wrapping your turban, the next thing that you do is you hold on to one piece, and then you start to wrap the turban, right? And it's a lot of fabric. Now, I have seen this happen 100 million times, and I'm still in awe of how beautiful it is to watch this turban come into existence, this beautiful crown. The turban holds a lot of significance, but one of its primary functions is to represent that if a situation were to happen, and have we had some situations lately? Yeah. If a situation were to happen and you see somebody wearing a turban, the idea is that you could look to that person for safety, for support, that you could look to that person to demonstrate what is one of our primary principles in Sikhism, which is the idea of seva, that is selfless service. So when my dad would come home at night, he would take his turban off and he'd set it on the counter, and even when it wasn't on the crown of his head, I felt this sense of safety. In 2001, I came to Washington, D.C. to go to law school. I went to Georgetown Law, just a few blocks away from here. And that year, sitting in my property law class, is when I heard of the devastation that was happening around us because 9/11 happened in the first couple of weeks of being in school. And I remember sitting in my property law class and people started running in and it was complete chaos. And in that moment, the only thing I wanted to do was to call my parents. I wanted to tell my parents that I was safe, that I was okay. And so finally I got my family on the phone and my dad picked up the call, and the first thing that he said to me is, "Deanna, don't worry, I'm on my way." And I said, "Daddy, no, please don't come. Daddy, go home. Because I knew that even though I was in DC, in the midst of what was being considered the next target, that he also was unsafe. I remember thinking to myself, you know what? Because my father is wearing this turban, his life actually might be in more jeopardy than my own. It was the first time in my life that I wanted to tell my dad to take his turban off. And the shame of even having that thought still sticks with me. But it came from a place of fear. It came from a place of wanting, just like my dad wanted me to be safe, it came from a place of me wanting him to be safe. But my dad, because of the amazing man that he is, not only did not take off his turban, but he continued to wear it proudly. And he would explain to anybody who stopped him, anybody who gave him the opportunity, even on the plane ride here, of the significance of wearing the turban. And he reminded me that it's important to be who we are, especially in the moments when we are feeling attacked, especially in the moments when it's actually really hard. He also reminded me that there is more good in the world than there is evil. You see, no one should feel like they are the target of something terrible because of their culture, because of their skin color, because of their faith, their religion. No one should have to feel like any of the things that make up our identity are something that could be used against us. And the only way we get to a place where we're able to see that reality is being able to replace fear with curiosity, replacing fear with love. So today, I applaud all of you who have gathered here, either here in person or who are watching us by video. I applaud you, but I also have a challenge for you. My challenge is for you to think about where you have power in your communities, in your families, in your organizations, in your schools, the places where you have power. And I want you to think about how you use this same kind of an analogy, this same kind of a story, that you use the things that make up the fabric of who you are to bring other people closer. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna and Dan. Deanna talked about targeting, and some of us have learned this. Some of us have learned how easy it is to be targeted just based on our appearance. And our next guest is someone who's experienced this directly herself. She became an advocate for victims of hate crimes after she was attacked last year on the New York subway. She's been called an accidental activist for that reason. But let's hear now from Esther Lee.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here, especially those of you here in this heat. You are my heroes. Those of you out in the shade, I see you. I see you. And those friends and certainly my family live streaming this today, it's so lovely to be here. My name is Esther Lee, and at a time when Supreme Court decisions are being made along partisan political lines and disregarding decades of established jurisprudence, I stand before you to share my story. On October 5th, I was on the subway when immediately after sitting down, the man to my left raised his fisted hand to my face, asking me for a fist bump. When I declined, he yelled obscenities, and while grabbing his genitals, called me a miserable fucking carrier and spit on me twice. It was 57 seconds where I was targeted for being female and Asian. Feeling violated and angry, I exited the train and went straight to a police precinct. While writing my statement, the lieutenant on duty asked if the man hurled an Asian slur. I told him I was called a carrier, a clear reference to Asians being blamed for the COVID pandemic. The lieutenant conducted a curbside trial, immediately dismissing my incident over semantics. 2 weeks later, I discovered the precinct filed and labeled my case as harassment rather than hate crime, and did not include the word carrier on my report. Frustrated, I was able to reach the Deputy Inspector of New York's Hate Crime Unit, Jessica Corey. Hoping for a proper investigation, she called me to explain I was not a hate crime victim because I sat next to him, making the man's motive unclear. She also stated I probably triggered his aggression by filming the incident. I realized that my experience was being labeled an overreaction by the NYPD and thought there was nothing more I could do. Then in December, I received news that my case was reopened by a civilian review panel and was labeled a hate crime. Knowing that incidents like mine happen frequently and go unreported, I felt it necessary to call attention to the treatment of victims and law enforcement's inconsistent way of filing these incidents, which result in a lack of trust and an unreliable hate crime statistic. That was when I reached out to Sifan Kim at ABC 7 News and told him my story. He shared it with Mayor Eric Adams of New York, and the following day, Jessica Corey was reassigned, no longer leading New York's hate crime unit. As I began to go public with my story, my 80-year-old mother told me, "Komane, stop talking about it." When asked why, she replied, "I am scared you are going to get killed by the police." That statement helped sharpen my focus. How often did my parents, and many others like them, immigrants, victims of xenophobia, have been targeted, silenced, and constantly reminded that they do not belong here? That was when I realized I am not a hate crime victim, but a fighter. I stand on the shoulders of my parents and continue to bring awareness to this issue, hoping to inspire you to stand on my shoulders and fight. We are not invisible. When hate strikes in a New York City subway, a grocery store in Buffalo, or a hair salon in Dallas, remember that its mission is to terrorize, suppress, and divide us. I urge you to activate your voices, call out our lawmakers, our law enforcement agencies, and our media outlets when they begin to dilute or blame our hate crime incidents with other social issues. Stop it. Call hate for what it is. Be aware when narratives on social media platforms pin our communities of color against each other. Do not fall into the racial hierarchy trap set by a system of white supremacy. Your vote counts. Demand state and local efforts towards multicultural studies in our schools. Just like we need to teach our children how diversity, identity, and inclusivity matter, mandate DEI training for law enforcement and government agencies nationwide. The best way to fight hate is with solidarity. I leave you with an African proverb. If you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Thank you.
Next with us from Baltimore, and for those of you who are not from Maryland, you'll understand the important distinction between Baltimore City, Baltimore County. But joining us now is Robin Lewis. She is the first African-American woman to represent her district here in Maryland. Please welcome her to the stage.
Thank you. My name is Robin Lewis. I'm a state delegate
representing Baltimore City in the Maryland legislature. I'm here with a message of love and encouragement, and I also have a reminder for all of you. It is such an honor to be here. Just an amazing day, incredible event. I want to thank the courageous and well-organized folks who put this event together to build this movement. So my message of love, encouragement, and a reminder, I'll start by repeating the words of Lily Chin, who's one of the mothers of this movement, who said, "Our skin color may be different, but our blood is the same." I never forget that. The story that brought me here before you happened 4 weeks ago at Union Station, right here in DC. I interrupted an anti-Asian hate crime. But the story really begins back in 1974, when I was 9 years old. My parents, my dad a physician, my mother a teacher of deaf children, taught us to be interested in and curious about and loving towards people who are different than us. One of the things they did was they sent us to Hebrew day school in our little suburb in Indiana where I grew up. Hebrew Academy of Northwest Indiana, represent. But there I was, a little 9-year-old kid in Hebrew day school, the only, my sisters and I, the only black children at this school. We learned about the Holocaust directly from one of our teachers who was a survivor. I went home and asked my mom, why did the Nazis want to kill and hurt the Jewish people? Why would they do that in that innocent way that a 9-year-old might ask? I was shocked when my mom didn't have an answer. She said, "I don't know, baby. I don't know why they did that." It shocked me that she didn't have an answer, but it mobilized my rage and my fury, and I said, I would never let any Nazis hurt my Jewish friends. If they ever come, I'm going to fight for my friends. So that promise I made, it's been tested a few times over the years, but I grew up embracing the world, training in international public health, working in 14 countries on 3 continents, speak a couple of languages, including Guoyu. For those of you who speak Mandarin, you can call me Lu Ping. 走路的路，苹果的苹. But in my service to humanity as a public health researcher, I got to know people all over the world, and I found brothers and sisters and aunties and uncles everywhere I went. Then I became a delegate during the 4 years of white supremacist capture of the White House. Same time I became a delegate, a monstrous orange person, trying to be nice, became our president. And that promise I made at age of 9 to defend my friends came back to the forefront of my consciousness. I knew I was going to have to stand up for my friends and neighbors, LGBTQ, immigrants, undocumented, Black, Asian, Latino, rich and poor, who might be a little different and be a target for the regime that took power. I helped to pass legislation to protect people. And that's one of the things we've been called to do, right? Now, to use whatever power we have to protect each other. I helped pass hate crime legislation in Maryland. And that's why, when I was at Union Station about 4 weeks ago, and I witnessed what was so obvious to me, an anti-Asian hate crime, I couldn't not act. I'll tell you what I saw. I saw an Asian American woman standing with a white man. They were in conversation. They were traveling together. And I heard her yell, "I was born here," as I walked by. "I'm from Maryland," I heard her scream. And I realized she was being accosted by another man on a bicycle who was very clearly, aggressively speaking to her. I couldn't walk past that because what I saw was a woman surrounded by men who was still very much alone. The white man that she was with, in my view, wasn't helping or defending her. This person she was traveling with didn't lift a finger or say a word. She was yelling in her own defense. And the person who was verbally assaulting her in anger, in a menacing fashion, was there as well, and she was alone, calling out her right to be. I'll tell you what I felt. I felt I had to do something. I felt angry. I felt afraid. I felt that I had to act. How could I be a legislator who passed hate crimes law and not intervene? I mean, it just wasn't even an option for me. So I remembered the promise I'd made at the age of 9. I remembered my ancestors and all the people who helped my ancestors. I wouldn't be here today if they hadn't lived, and they wouldn't have lived if there hadn't been those to lift out a hand and help them. I thought of all the people who'd ever been kind to me in the 14 countries where I've lived and worked, and I acted. I turned to this woman. All I could see were her eyes. They were sad and pleading underneath her mask. I turned to her and I said, "Are you okay?" I addressed myself to her. "Are you okay?" She looked at me with this pleading expression, and before she could answer, the man who was verbally assaulting her turned his rage on me. I asked him to back off. I said, "Leave these people alone." He began to verbally insult me, use ugly language, the B word, other words that I won't repeat, but you get the idea. He was angry that I'd interrupted his attack. He began to circle the couple, kind of to get away from me, but also to continue menacing them. I put my body between him and this woman. I'll be honest, I didn't really care what happened to the man. I was defending this young Asian American woman. I put myself between the attack and this young woman. As he circled, I circled too. I kept my body between them. I had this terrible feeling he was going to raise his hand and strike her. I couldn't let that happen. As he circled, he yelled, he cursed, and he finally stopped and he spit in my face. I haven't talked about this very much since this happened. He spit in my face and he said, "Why are you helping her? She wouldn't help you." I said, "She's my friend." And he yelled, "You don't know her. She wouldn't help you." I said, "Yes, she would." And I'm here to help her. You need to back off. So I told him, once he spit at me, I realized that was an assault, and that's a felony, and that's a reason to dial 911. And I picked up my phone and I did that. As I was talking to the operator, this man was screaming and cursing. I said, "An assault is in progress. I'm in front of Union Station." Finally, the man, when he realized I was serious about making this call, he rolled away on his bicycle. I turned to the woman. I said, dug in my pocket. I gave her my business card. Because I'm a legislator, I've always got my cards in my pocket. Because you never know when you meet a constituent and they need your help. I said, "Call me. File charges. I'm waiting now for the police. I'm filing charges. This was a hate crime." She said she had to go, and she did leave the premises with this white man who, by the way, had done nothing to help her. I waited for the officers. I filed my report. When I described the person who committed the attack, They recognized my description. They knew this person. I filed my statement, I'm pressing charges, and the Department of Justice is already working on it. There's a crime that happened here in DC. I want you to know something, that what I did isn't special. It isn't really particularly brave. I didn't take a weapon and knock him down, which kind of wish I'd done. No, I didn't say that. I'm not advocating violence. Maybe I could have wrapped my arms around him and hugged him, because maybe that's what he needed. But although it didn't take any particular training, what I did was a really simple act of just being a human being. I stood in the breach when no one else would. I'll never forget what the young woman said as she left. She said, "Thank you. Usually, no one helps." I carry that in my heart, and I think about how many times that young woman has experienced something like that and been completely alone. And I've recommitted myself to being the person who stands in the breach, to being the person who keeps her promises, to being the human who says, "Are you okay?" and then does whatever's needed to protect us all, to keep us alive, to love, to care, to build, to survive. We need each other. It's so wonderful to be with you. I know I've gone over my time, but I want you to know that there are legislators, there are people working in elected offices at county councils and state legislatures and in our federal government who give a shit about you. And we don't all look the same, but I see you. I'm here for you. I'd do it again. Thank you. It is so important to have allies at all levels. Eddie Zhang is one of them. He is the president and founder of the New Breath Foundation. Come on, give it up for Eddie. Supports AAPIs who have been harmed by violence and the criminal justice system. Eddie?
Happy New Breath, everyone. My name is Eddie Zhang, and my pronoun is he, him, his. I want all of you to give yourself a hand. Because I'm telling you, this DC hit ain't no joke. So thank you for standing right there alongside with us. We all have a story to share, and sometimes those stories are not being given the proper platform and opportunities. So when I'm standing here, I just felt this sense of freedom and honor that I had always hoped when I was incarcerated in the prison for 21 years. Now, as an immigrant who came to this country for a better educational career opportunity, I knew that was not a decision that I had for myself. It was made by my parents and grandparents. However, their sacrifices, just like many of your parents and your ancestors' sacrifices, are to make sure that we have a better life than they did. So when I make the terrible choices of committing a crime at the age of 16, I was punished by being charged as an adult, sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. But it was ethnic studies that saved my life when I was incarcerated, because I was able to tap into my chi. And the chi that I'm talking about is not just the breath of sustaining all our lives, but it's culture, history, and identity. That chi allows us to humanize each other. When I'm talking about the culture, history, and identity, it's the same as when we are studying critical race theory. That's a pathway to address social justice, to address the inequities in our community. We are not all model minorities. We all face different challenges in our community, but yet one thing is for sure. We must have racial solidarity in order for us to be able to get free together. As what the Unity March is really representing the importance of collective liberation. So without tapping into that chi to understanding ourselves and other people's culture and history, then we are very easily being pit against each other under the same institution of violence, racism, and white supremacy. We must understand that. So as I look at all the policies and look at all the people who are suffering the anti-blackness historically, the anti-Asian violence, I can't forget the many millions of people who are behind bars in the prison industry complex because they don't have a voice. The Southeast Asians and the migrants being deported, they didn't have a voice. So we are their voice, so that's why our representation, our civic engagement is crucial to represent the voiceless. So as people are being deported, as people are being harmed, as women's rights being attacked again and again, we have to stand up and fight back. Restorative justice has to be a norm instead of punishment in the form of modern-day slavery in the prison industry complex. Because heal people, heal people. So I know there are many educators here, and one thing is so important for us to do is how do we invest in education so the United States is not being known as the #1 in incarceration and the 125th in literacy. That is a shame. And we need to end the school-to-prison and deportation pipeline by any means necessary. So as I close, I just remember a couple of things. One is that we must be willing to engage in a personal revolution before we are able to embark on a collective revolution. And that requires us to tap into our chi. And as we get ready to the march later on for this Unity March, I thought about a song that I learned, and it's during the civil rights era when people were singing. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around, turn me around. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me around, turn me around. I'm gonna keep on walking, Lord, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Let's march to freedom together.
As Eddie said, educators are critical, right? It is teachers to help us all to learn our differences, to learn our shared strengths, and making a difference for us are the educators, making a difference and helping our next generations to learn. Jessica Tang is joining us. She's president of the Boston Teachers Union. By the way, she is also the first person of color, first openly queer, first woman in over 30 years up in Boston to serve in that role. And with her is Evelyn DeJesus, who is executive vice president of the whole AFT, which is 1.7 million members strong. Please welcome them.
When I say AAPIs, you say we rise. AAPIs? 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 Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm really honestly moved by all the speakers who've spoken before me. And when I thought about what I wanted to share here today, I thought of a poem that I wrote over 15 years ago when I first started teaching and saw a pattern that was happening with a lot of my AAPI female students in particular. So I'm going to share that poem. It's called Lost Identity. She said she wished she were black. She said she wished she were black, and there wouldn't be anything wrong with that, but for the fact that her skin tone glowed golden. Face shadowed sadness as I turned my mirrored gaze to search in her round brown eyes, framed by the telltale single folded eyelids. The eyes that were subject to so much scrutiny during World War II, used to differentiate between the Jap and the Chinese ally, and later used to label the Gooks during the Vietnam War. The eyes that sometimes reflected so much self-hatred that surgery techniques were created to make them look more Western all across Asia. Techniques I still see used today and used increasingly. And these were the eyes that she wished were double-folded, even rounder, with thick, long, curled lashes, eyes that she wished didn't give away her ethnic Asian roots. And I could relate to how she felt. But instead of growing up in an urban neighborhood where the majority of people are black and brown-skinned, I grew up for many years in a suburban bedroom community in the Midwest, where in my grade there were perhaps 2, maybe 3 token families of color that made it easy to pair us up when we got to the age where adolescent crushes gave way to blushing cheeks after a smile or nod was sent in the right direction. But when I shared who my real crush was, I was told by a friend that they would never be with someone who looks like you. And despite my efforts to fit in, I packed my own American lunches with bologna and cheese and tried to make the right friends and even made the 7th grade cheerleading team. I remember thinking to myself, I wish I had blonde hair and blue eyes. And that's just how it is for so many Asian American kids who find themselves outside of certain pockets of yellow power and yellow is beautiful havens, mostly on the West Coast and Hawaii, where majority standing and common experiences more successfully shield kids from the sideways stares or perpetual foreigner status that haunt too many of us lost in communities of other colors. It is in these environments that we often have an odd faux choice to accept honorary white status and present ourselves as non-threatening, assimilating, stereotypically hardworking, and deferring, promise we won't cause any trouble or inconvenience you at all good neighbors, whose food we are willing to share but culture we don't dare to impose at all, or to define ourselves as people of color, where oftentimes the brown and black folk you identify yourself with don't see you as another person of color or know anything of your history of oppression in this country, and the majority of people who do look like you don't necessarily identify themselves with your political beliefs either. And this is where you constantly battle deep-rooted stereotypes about martial arts, female submissive, male asexuality, math, and well, at least your stereotype is that you're all smart. So it is no surprise to me that this pretty girl before me, who lacks the self-esteem and confidence to see her own beauty, wishes her roots weren't Asian, and is trying to gain weight so that she can look more desirably thick like many of her black female friends. She's trying so hard to find acceptance in a society that does not appreciate her beyond the confines of an identity that others cannot seem to understand or relate to. Lost somewhere in an abyss straddling generational misunderstandings from the homeland, and a home and a land where she does not feel entirely accepted, she is certainly not alone. The pressures are hard to bear, the isolation very real, and when I discovered facts about Asian American mental health and high rates of suicide, I was sad but not surprised. And these are the challenges we face in a country that we know better than any other but does not know us. Erroneously lumped together in homogenous groups since our ancestors traversed and settled the shores of the Americas in the 1500s, and yes, there were Asians in the Americas even then. Our bond is a cyclical history of exclusion, massacre, and rejection. But it is also a history of resilience, defiance, and courage in the face of unrelenting injustice. Tragically, for generations of Asian American children seeking a sense of self, these stories are missing from the pages of textbooks and the memory of a nation. The contributions live on, from the Bing cherries and nectarines to the heroic actions of the highly decorated but segregated 442nd Regiment, to the Transcontinental Railroad, irrigation of the West, and the legacy of Vincent Chin. This is what I needed as a young child, perplexed and unhappy with my own reflection. And this is what I began to share with the girl who wished she was something other than herself. So, I wrote this over 15 years ago, but so much of this still rings true. And this, my friends, is why we must have ethnic study and real history in our schools and in our curriculum and in our literature. And this is how we fight hate. And I'm proud that at the Boston Teachers Union, we are able to negotiate in our contracts an ethnic studies coordinator for the whole school district, and that this fall we'll be adding 2 more ethnic studies coaches for all across the district as well. But we have so much more work to do. But the American Federation of Teachers is committed to this work, and that is why it is my privilege and honor to introduce the Executive Vice President of the American Federation of Teachers, my sister in the struggle and my fellow troublemaker, Evelyn De Jesus.
That's right, a troublemaker. We're making good trouble here today. Are you with me? And not only are we here, but you got 1.7 million members with you. As Jessica said, my name is Evelyn De Jesus, the first Latina in 106 years to serve as the presiding officer at the AFT. And I also serve as the presiding officer of our AFT AAPI task force. With Jessica, we're chairing with Jessica, and we are so proud to be here today. We're all over. As people are melting, I get it, but this is so important to be here. And I want to tell you that as AFT, as professionals, we are a union that we care, we fight, we show up, and we vote. And we vote. During the pandemic, our teachers, our professors, our school-based personnel, our nurses, and other healthcare professionals, and our public employees, we showed up as frontline workers, serving our students, our patients, our communities, and our families. The pandemic shined an incredibly bright light on all the weaknesses and inequities in American life, from healthcare to education to access to technology, or lack of. It shined a bright light on ugliness of people who sought blame when none was to be found. Incidents targeting the AAPI community aren't anything new in American history, but incidents rose during the pandemic. Make no mistake, my brothers and sisters, about it. We must invest in long-term solutions that address the root causes of violence and hate in our communities. The violence against Asian American communities is part of a larger system of violence and racism against all communities of color, including Black, Hispanic, Indigenous, and immigrant communities. The pandemic also shined a bright light on just how important unions are to American democracy. That's right, unions. Who else stands up for safe workplaces like wages and secure retirements, where workers have a voice on the job and dignity in their work? We know, and you know, it won't be enough to go back to normal. Normal does not exist right now when we are finally done with this horrible pandemic. That's why workers across the country, from Seattle to New York, are unionizing like crazy at Starbucks, at Amazon. That's right. Despite these companies going back to the union-busting playbook of years past. We need to move beyond the old normal and reclaim our future. What do we got to do? Reclaim our future. Reclaim our future. Like all of you here today, we in the AFT chose hope and aspiration over fear and division. It is time to turn aspiration that unites everyone in our richly diverse country. The aspirations for a better life for everyone, for ourselves, our children, our communities, into action. Look at the people in this crowd. Turn around, look at everyone. Just see the rich diversity in person. As we look around and march together, we will prove yet again and again and again the deepest truth of the union movement, that together we can accomplish what we can never achieve on our own. Vámonos. Thank you. Gracias.
I have seen some Si Se Puede signs out there, so power to that. As some of you know, I'm from the news world, and sometimes we report things and don't follow up on them. So I think it is particularly important that you hear from our next two speakers who come from families of the Sikh community. Kamal Chauhan is part of a family of the Indianapolis FedEx shooting victim, Amarjit Kaur. Also with Kamal is Pardeep Kaleka, who is the son of Satwant Singh Kaleka, who was the victim of the Sikh temple mass shooting. Please hear their words.
Hello, my name is Kamal Chauhan. I'm a Sikh activist, community organizer, law student, and most importantly, a force to be reckoned with. I have spent a lot of my life organizing and educating in the greater community of Indianapolis about Sikhi and surrounded myself with like-minded individuals to do the grassroots work. No amount of work that we had done over the past 5 years had prepared us for the aftermath of the FedEx mass shooting in Indianapolis that left the Sikh community unsure of our safety and unsure if we were safe in our own skin. Feeling unsafe in our own skin in a place that we call our home seems like a reality that many Asian Americans have faced publicly over the past couple years and in the shadows for many generations. On that awful Friday morning after the shooting happened, a whole bunch of 20-something-year-olds decided it was time to start organizing and stop looking to other people for help because they had never stepped up to the plate before. So it was time to make our own structured plan. It wasn't until organizations like SALDEF and Sikh Coalition connected us with people like Pradeep across the nation that had dealt with similar traumas. I remember having a conversation with Pradeep and him stating that the media will storm in and storm out as the news cycle changes, but the community will be left alone afterwards to pick up the pieces somehow. I had to sit and really think about that. The Oak Creek Sikh Gurdwara massacre and the FedEx mass shooting were 9 years apart, yet they were being handled almost exactly the same. It was a huge wake-up call to everybody around me that we need to take the fight into our own hands, and the elder generation has to be willing to pass on the torch to us. My personal journey began as a Sikh Punjabi immigrant from Hoshiarpur that always felt a strong connection to my land and to my roots. Sikhi always taught me to fight for the voiceless and to remain in high spirits even when times were low. I grew up hearing stories of Sikh warriors, my grandmother's journey during the horrific partition that left many families torn, and watching my baby brother grow into the wonderful turbaned young Sikh man he is today. All of you guys are my heroes, and you guys push me to fight for justice. If all of us took time to connect to our roots, we would all hear similar stories of warriors and the strength of our ancestors. I call on the youth today that are shaping their future endeavors to think of a way in your successful careers to fight for the justice, equality, and liberation of your people. Whether that means writing down the truth of your people for the world to read, starting a grassroots organization to support your community with your friends, or finding a way to encourage your people to join different job fields for more representation. We all have a role to play to give back to our communities. If you take a look around you, you'll see people from different backgrounds that are facing a struggle similar to yours. People that may feel as invisible and scared as you do to try to make it in a world that constantly seems to be working against us. Sikh Americans have felt that way for a long time. We have felt like nobody is listening, but that is where people like us come in. Us youth are a different breed that are willing to be unapologetic and shed light on the atrocities that our communities face. We have the ability to attain higher educations and use our voices to take up space in rooms where changes can be made. This Unity March stands for the power that all of us could have if we fought alongside each other. I hope that moving forward, we all join each other's efforts and realize that the only people constantly pointing out our differences and keeping us apart are the people trying to hold us down. The faster we realize that truth, the closer we will be towards equality and justice. And a special message to my Sikhs around the nation. Stream SYL by Sidhu Moosewala, first of all. And second of all, Raj Karega Khalsa. Always remember that. Thank you.
Thank you all. I want to have Komal just stand right next to me and just thank her for all the courage that she's had over the years to keep showing up and keep building community. If we could have been a little part of your life and inspired that, we are thankful. I want to also invite everyone that's behind us to come up into the sun. Come on up. Come on, come on, come on. We're gonna all be together on this one. I think one of the things that we all share as survivors, and I think we all feel like survivors at some point, was that we don't want to be defined by what happened to us, but the choices that we made to persevere and hold on to our faith and hold on to our community and the aftermath. For our particular community, our journey started My personal journey started in 1982. I was 6 years old. My mother and father decided to immigrate to America. We moved to Wisconsin. For those that are, it's warm right now, but it's pretty cold all year round. And I'm like, why Wisconsin? From India. Bachchan Singh knows. So my father, by the time that he had passed, had basically completed his immigrant dream. He was 65 years old, and he was marveling at what this country had given to him. He had reached retirement, celebrating 1 month into like Social Security, and he told me, he's like, Pardeep, this country is wonderful. You can work your entire life, and then once you retire at 65, they pay you. That lasted 1 month. On August 5th, 2012, a white supremacist gunman walked into the Sikh temple of Wisconsin and murdered 7 people. One of those people was my father and temple president. Now, before you feel awful or bad about that, I want to let you know that a Sikh can die no better death than to be inside of his Gurdwara walls, right? My father had built a community into the thousands. He wanted nothing more than to see something like this happening. He wanted to build a bigger Sangat, and he did by that time. I'm going to share just 2 stories briefly about my dad's last breaths. One of them was when the shooting was happening, the exit door was hit from here to the cameraman right over here. And he never abandoned his Sangat. We always have a choice. We can either take the easy road or we can take the more difficult road. And we're taking the more difficult road. You all are out here blazing in the sun with us. That's the more difficult road. You will have to continue to show up. None of us are inspiration speakers. All of us are commitment speakers. All of you have to be committed to go back to your hometowns and keep building, keep tilling, keep doing the work that we start here today. The second one was of when the shooting itself was happening. Not only did he not abandon, but he fought this neo-Nazi gunman, this domestic terrorist who had US military ties, had a firearm, and he fought him with a butter knife. All 5 shots that he suffered were from close range and down right here. My dad would be the last person that the shooter would be able to take that day. And one of those reasons was because he fought back. He fought back. And people have asked me over the years, Pardeep, don't you wish your father had a gun? And I told them, I said, death is not the worst thing that can happen. Living a life that is not worth dying for is the worst existence you can have. My dad sacrificed, right? We call it shahidi. Some people call it qurbani, but it's a sacrifice nonetheless. And I'll share with you the final part of this, and this is the final part of all of us that have lost loved ones, whether it be to COVID, whether it be to tragedy, mass tragedy, whatever kind of violence. I promise to you that your loved ones' final words, and my dad's final words, were prayer. There were people inside who saw him bleeding out. And I was able to talk to them right away. And I said, what did my dad say? What was his last words? And they said, he kept murmuring, Vaheguru, Vaheguru, Vaheguru. And I thought about his journey. I thought about Bachchan Singh's journey. I thought about all of our journeys together. I think about every immigrant that comes to this country. And I was happy. There's a part of me that said, I'm glad that he had the wherewithal to pray for himself. But then I thought about sacrifice and how much you all do to build this America. And I know now, 10 years after the shooting, that he did not pray for self. He prayed for all of you all, for all you to be here today, for people to be watching, for people to be committed. Yes, we got some struggles. We've got some difficulty. We got challenges. But that's when you need to shine your light the most. Go out and shine your light. Keep shining it. And when you don't feel like showing up, show up, say yes, keep on shining it. I thank you all, and I thank you all for being around and being here today. It's an honor. It's a blessing. I thank all of the organizers. I thank you for what you're going to do as you go forward. Right? This is about action. Stay committed to action. If you have a tough time, difficult time, be sincere in your prayers. But like we said before, prayer without action is lost. So thank you all, and God bless.
And thank you, Pardip, and all of our team here. And now another message.
We are 23 million strong.
From big cities to rural towns, classrooms to kitchens,
Hospitals to boardrooms.
for too long our stories have been erased,
We've been fetishized,
othered,
scapegoated.
murdered.
We will always speak out against violence and discrimination wherever it occurs.
That's why the Asian American Foundation has come together.
We will serve 23 million Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders
and support
Asian American leaders
who know how to make change.
Our story is America's story. The Asian American Foundation.
Our next performer is Ka, a Vietnamese American pop soul singer and songwriter who most notably was a featured soloist for President Bill Clinton's second inauguration. To help her process her anger over anti-Asian hate, Ka wrote No More just days after the horrific Atlanta spa shootings in March 2021, and it went viral online. Please help us welcome Ka to the stage.
Hey everyone! How's it going? Yeah, thanks for being out here. I know it's so hot, and I really appreciate all of you being here to support this very important day, this Unity March for all of our communities. And hey, for the folks standing in the shade, why don't you guys come join us? Help me sing this song. My name is Ka, and I am a singer and a songwriter here from Washington, D.C. I am Vietnamese American. I am Asian American. And I am American. Today is so important because there's so much happening in our country right now. And for far too long, Asian Americans especially have been viewed as meek and quiet. And there are so many injustices and inequalities that we've suffered throughout our entire history. We helped to build America, but oftentimes we're not viewed as American. When people ask me where I'm from, I say, I'm from America. But of course, they ask me that ever annoying follow-up question, no, but where are you really from? And I tell them, I'm from Washington, D.C. And I am proud of my Vietnamese heritage. I am proud to be born and raised in this country, the daughter of immigrants. My parents right there, I love them so much. They came here as university students in the 60s, and they had planned to go back, but unfortunately with the fall of Saigon, they couldn't, so they went from expats to then immigrants, and they were committed to raising me both as American as well as Vietnamese, and I am very proud of that. But unfortunately, our community has always been viewed as other. We haven't been viewed as truly Americans. And so oftentimes we are the subject of hate crimes. We are viewed as a virus, and that's unacceptable. And last year, after the shootings, the Atlanta spa shootings, when the sheriff said, oh, you know, he was just having a bad day, this wasn't a hate crime, I was outraged. I was angry. And so I decided to put pen to paper, and I wrote this song because this song tells our collective history and story as Asian Americans and who we are and where we came from. So make sure you take a look at the video monitors every now and then too, because there are some historical images in this song, and I hope y'all will help me sing along too. All right.
Not gonna let you hold us down. We're gonna rise up and stand our ground, and we won't keep quiet no more. You lured us overseas, you fed us lies so we'd believe that we could have everything you have. And we built your railroad tracks while you walked upon our backs. But in the end, we never got our half. With dynamite and rope put in our hands, all so you could go and take more land. But no more. We're not gonna let you hold us down. We're gonna rise up and stand our ground, and we won't keep quiet no more. Yeah, clap along. We bled for your dream, but it wasn't what it seemed, 'cause you could never see us as the same. So when the red sun came to rise and bombs fell from the skies, we turned out to be the ones you'd blame. You took our rights and all our liberties and put us in internment on our knees. But no more. We're not gonna let you hold us down. We're gonna rise up and stand our ground. Won't keep quiet no more. We fled from your wars and landed on these shores. You told us this was the land of the free, and so we played your game while you tried to change our names, 'cause you wanted model minorities. All those years of suffering and pain, it feels like nothing's ever gonna change. But no more. We're not gonna let you hold us down. We're gonna rise up and stand our ground, and we won't keep quiet no more. Quiet no more. No, we won't keep quiet no more. No, we won't keep quiet no more.
Thank you. Stop Asian hate. Black Lives Matter. Love is love. My body, my choice. Thank you.
I got extra microphones. That's fabulous. Okay. People think that maybe there aren't enough stars in the AAPI community, but there are. 58% of Americans said that they couldn't think of someone. But you know what? We have incredible stars that we need to raise up even more often. And I'm going to let you meet two of them now. They don't need introduction.
Hi, folks. Hi.
How you doing?
You made it. You're in the heat. We love you. We appreciate you. To everyone in the shade, we see and hear you too. Hi, I'm Parvesh Cheena. This is the wonderful Tamlin Tomita.
This is the wonderful Parvesh Cheena.
Now, folks, we're gonna talk quick because I know you've been out here a bit, so I'm gonna go first. Thank you, Tamlin. We are feminists, so I get to go.
Yes.
Hello, friends. Thank you for having me. Clearly, the Angelino checked the weather app this morning. What is this weather? I don't know. All right, friends, I'm a proud national board member of APALA, the Asian Pacific American Labor Alliance. We just had our national board meetings here. We had our 30th anniversary gala last night. The new President Liz Schuler of the AFL-CIO and Julie Su, the Labor Secretary, were our guests. But really quick, I wanted to talk about intersectionality and this representation mattering that's happening. My own intersectionality is something I've come to really work on because it's hard. I'm a gay, Punjabi Indian American from the Chicago suburb of Naperville. I was raised Sikh, hello Naper Thrillians. And I used to think I could have my own parade. You know, what other gay Sikh Americans from Chicago were there, right? And growing up in the 80s, we didn't see ourselves, especially the AAPI, South Asian. You know, we were East Indian for a while. That was our color in the Crayola box, and then they brought us under the bigger Asian tent, which is great because as the theme of this speech tonight, unity here, right? We are stronger together. And I'm sorry, I'm just going off of, I'm done with my prepared stuff because it's not worth it, Tam. After yesterday's decision, there is nothing that they will not do. I remember AP US history, right? Precedent. Precedent, Parv, you got that wrong because there's precedent. They're never gonna change it. Brown versus Board of Education, right? I mean, it's settled. There are threats to all of our communities right now. And what we're seeing here with every group, everyone, people of a global majority, the Black, Indigenous, people of color that we are, the LGBTQIA two-spirit plus community, there are more of us. And I stand here with one of my dear friends, Tamlin Tomita, who is responsible for getting me involved in this public speaking and activist life, because so many of us get scared of sharing our words, you know, how I was scared. I wouldn't even tell people I was gay because they see our color before they would see anything of our sexual or gender orientation expression, right? I just want to leave you with this because I could have done all the jokes and everything, but look at all of us. You're here in 90-degree heat because this is important to you. And I've been very alone in a sense, I'm sure we all have during the pandemic, right? I was at home, I was fine, I have my dog. And now, I'm just so inspired being here, being with APALA, being here with APIA Vote. Vote, vote, vote! Also, please. I feel like I'm like Raja from All Stars. Where's my vote.gov so I can walk at the end of All Stars? No spoilers, I haven't seen it yet. But we are always stronger together. And please use that going forward. The great thing, we've heard a lot of 9/11 moments, and I, again, as a Sikh American, I was oh, this is so triggering. I just remember that fear, and how there are elements of the Sikh community and the Muslim community sometimes not getting along, we're not like them, we're not like them. And now we see we are all the same, we're all together, and yes, we tie our turban this way, they wear their this way, but to them, we're all the same. And you know what we're talking about when we're talking about them. So just know that I'm inspired because Asians, Black people, Latino, Latinx, Latina, whatever you want to describe yourself as, we are all here together. And that's all I just want to leave on this momentous occasion. Because yesterday was so strange being here as an Angelino in DC. So I appreciate you all. I love you, and I leave you with the wonderful Tamlin Tomita. Thank you.
Hey, everybody! Happy AANHPI LGBTQ plus IA Two-Spirit Months! Happy belated Juneteenth, and let us acknowledge that we occupy the ancestral lands of the non-Kachkatank peoples here in DC. Let us all be full of pride from where we come from, and thank each and every one of you for your presence and proving that we are stronger together. Oh man, I'm so glad to be here because I love telling you that I love TV. I'm so lucky to be on TV. A lot of my childhood, all our childhoods have been spent in front of TVs. My mom and I, my two little brothers, would watch Sesame Street to learn the ABCs, along with my beautiful first-gen Okinawan Filipino mom, who stayed at home learning English alongside with us. My dad was a handsome second-gen Japanese American who had aspiration to become a pastor, but who then became a cop, one of the first Asian American police officers of LAPD, who co-founded the first Asian American task force in the 70s in the United States, the first bilingual Asian unit of police officers specifically brought together to serve the growing Asian American communities of Los Angeles. So, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood was also a show my mom and brothers would watch together. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? Would you be my neighbor? One episode, there was when Mr. Rogers would soak his feet with the African-American police officer, Officer Clemens, together in a kiddie pool on a hot day like this. And as little kids, I didn't understand the magnitude of significance of that moment until many years later. I just remember that police officer didn't look like my dad. But then neither did my dad nor Officer Clemens look like the other police officers on television. Adam 12, Dragnet, Police Story. Hell, if I caught a glimpse of Chin Ho on the original 5-0, I was a happy girl. And Officer Clemens would also get to introduce me to opera, singing beautifully in unity alongside an Asian American woman, sometimes for King Friday and the family. TV was a huge part of our lives growing up, showing us what the world was like day after day. Our lives were school, church, TV, especially when we were little kids, when we were supposed to learn from them. Indeed, TV shows we consumed were hugely entertaining and still continue to bring us nostalgia every time we catch glimpses of them. But I've come to realize that the majority of the characters we loved and grew up with had virtually no relatability to us as Asian Americans. That little moment of Officer Clemens bathing his feet with Mr. Rogers, this small human moment had a huge impact to see Officer Clemens soaking his feet, because to see a police officer who looked different than my dad, it meant that all police officers could look like my dad. They didn't need to look like my dad at all. And then Officer Clemens had a bigger impact many years later, because I found out as an adult, as an actor, the actor who played Officer Clemens was hesitant to play a cop because he did not have a positive opinion of police officers and the history of police violence against the African American community. And the significance of learning that African Americans and anyone else who wasn't white, including my father, had been segregated from using public swimming pools until 1969, under a more rightful thinking Supreme Court, the same year that episode was shown. Segregated? What does that mean? Wait, what? I had so much to learn. And to see Officer Clemens singing alongside that Asian American woman reminded me of seeing my father singing beautifully in unity along my mother in church. Officer Clemens and my dad were not the same, but were the same. Unity is spelled with U-N-I-T-Y. Thank you. There are so many examples of our stories of unity that have yet to be told. Our intersectionalities, our multiracial, multi-ethnic relationships, friendships, stories that are here for us to be discovered, uncovered, like treasures of our land. Not just your land, not just my land, our land. Stories of film, nearly 100 years old, of the first African-American star, Josephine Baker, along with the first Asian-American star, Anna Mae Wong, who had to go to Europe to achieve true stardom because it was there that they were recognized for the content of their talent, not just the color of their skin. The connectivity of the stories from the 70s to TV, the autobiography of Miss Jane Pittman, and Farewell to Manzanar, the famous beginning of chick flicks, Joy Luck Club and Waiting to Exhale, Black Panther and Shang-Chi, true stories to be inspired by, like the solidarity building of Yuri Kochiyama and Malcolm X, the legacy in the fight for civil rights of James Boggs and Grace Lee Boggs, the Asian American movement uplifted and supported by the Reverend Jesse Jackson and Rainbow Coalition Push, who pushed the pain of Lily Chin at the death of her son, Vincent, and connected it with the pain of Mamie Till and the death of her son, Emmett, 27 years before. The tenacity and the union building of Larry Leong, Cesar Chavez, Filibero Cruz, and Dolores Huerta that brought workers, immigrants, and laborers value, dignity, and respect. The teachings of nonviolence brought to us by the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, by Bayard Rustin, with the teachings of Mahatma Gandhi. These are American stories of American neighbors. Our bridges have already been built. Let us bolster, strengthen, and burnish them, sing and walk alongside together, hand in unity. Let us build up this beloved community of communities. This bright flame glows with the pride of Asian American representation in pop culture and mediums. Stories written, directed, and starring Asian Americans present new paradigms devoid of the stereotypes we've been used to. Stories presented throughout all media are the vehicles that audiences can get to sit in and witness themselves driving along a journey where they can experience the narratives through an Asian American lens. Native Hawaiians, Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, all can be seen for once. Crazy Rich Asians was seen through a chic pair of sunglasses as a picture of life in Singapore, but is a veritable glittering showcase of Asian American and Asian talent. This new stories, Ms. Marvel, Fire Island, Definition Please, Easter Sunday, Avatar: The Last Airbender. These stories expand the kaleidoscope of what it means to be in this world that we know as America. And I rarely, going back to Sesame Street, never saw an Asian American, much less a Muppet. And we rejoiced in the San Fernando Valley, the 818, especially when Asian Americans saw Ellen Marioka take over Mr. Hooper's store. And only last Thanksgiving, we were introduced to the first Asian American rock and roll Muppet, Ji Young. And I wear this shirt in honor of the Linda Lindas, whom I marched with at the 2016 Women's March. I raised Ji Young's words, our voices matter. See us coming together. You belong, we all belong. We belong in unity. You and I, thank you.
Inspired by that, we want to hear from some of the other voices, young voices that have come forward. First up is J.J. Kapoor. You may first recognize his voice from his when he spoke out after 9/11, but he is continuing to speak today. J.J.
On September 11th, 2001, I was 2 years old. That evening, my family watched as the horrific tragedy unfolded. My parents recall that at one point on that terrible day, an image appeared on our TV screen, and my 2-year-old self was amazed to see my father on the nightly news. I tugged on my father's sleeve, pointed at the screen, and shouted, "Papa, Papa." The image on the screen was not my father. It was Osama bin Laden. My father tells me that this was a moment of profound fear. He was afraid that Americans would, as I had innocently done, see my father's beard and turban and think, terrorist. In the aftermath of 9/11, our grieving nation quickly adopted what author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie calls the danger of a single story. A simplified narrative where Sikhs and Muslims are national villains. News channels would flash the same 3 images in consecutive order. Turban, beard, terrorist. Turban, beard, terrorist. Turban, beard, terrorist. Turban, beard, terrorist. On 9/11, I was too young to comprehend the dangers of a single story that would profoundly impact my Sikh community. But fast forward 10 years later, and I became aware of just how dangerous a single story can be. On August 5th, 2012, I was with my family at our Sikh temple in West Des Moines, Iowa. I sat on freshly washed sheets, my eyes closed in meditation, absorbing the warm melody of the Vaja and the rhythmic beat of the tabla. My fingers tapped and my heart raced as I embraced the trance of tranquility. In an instant, our Sunday hymns went silent. I heard a commotion outside. Several TV news stations crowded the entrance of our temple. A reporter's announcement shook our congregation. Only 20 minutes earlier, in a Sikh temple in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, 7 people had just been killed doing exactly what we were doing: praying and celebrating our faith. The shooting happened in a small Midwestern town only 300 miles away. It could have been us. The reporters had come to our temple, they told us, to find out about our community's reaction to the mass shooting. I will never forget one reporter's question: "Can you please explain your faith to our viewers?" The reporter's question was fair, and it was reasonable. But what bothered me then, what bothers me now, is that it had never occurred to those reporters to learn about our faith until 7 innocent Sikhs were murdered. In the aftermath of the Oak Creek shooting, another single story spread all over the news. The media bombarded viewers with the same 3 images: temple, gunman, victim. Temple, gunman, victim. Temple, gunman, victim. Temple, gunman, victim. To allow those news channels and their viewers to understand our community only as the object of those tragic circumstances would be inauthentic. The pain we feel as a result of the Oak Creek shooting is real, but our pain is not who we are. In my family, our final prayer is always the same: Nanak naam chardhi kala, teri pani shabata pala. In the Sikh faith, Chardhi Kala describes an unwavering belief in our ability to overcome the most daunting challenges. A commitment to the notion that our greatest joy can grow out of our greatest pain. Chardhi Kala is rising spirits. Chardhi Kala is everlasting joy. Now I know it can be hard sometimes to live in Chardhi Kala, to believe in the possibility of joy. We are living in a dark time, a time of rising racial resentment. Violence against black and brown bodies is ascendant. Nazis, literal Nazis, have stormed openly right here in our nation's capital. School children are learning lockdown drills before they learn how to read. For those of us who are paying attention, it may seem as though our culture has descended into cacophony and chaos. What we need is a new story. A story that recognizes life's complexities. A story where, to paraphrase Dickens, we can all be the heroes of our own lives despite our struggles, economic status, religion, or race. A story where Sikhs and Muslims are not villains. A story of proactive unity, where we can forge a connection with one another based on hope and love instead of only as a reaction to terror. A story that begins with a song. When I was a boy, whenever I was ill, my father would place my head against his chest, pat my ear to the rhythm of his heartbeat, and sing a Sikh spiritual hymn. Satnam, Satnam, Satnam Ji, Vaheguru, Vaheguru, Vaheguru Ji. Satnam, Vaheguru means the name of the force that connects us all is true. And if you all would help me out a bit, I'd like to sing this hymn with all of you. Can everyone repeat after me? Satnam. 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 Now let's try Vaheguru. 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 Amazing. Now let's put it together. Satnam Vaheguru. I'm going to start singing, and you can feel free to sing along, tap your toes along, hum along, however you feel comfortable participating. Because I want us to know each other through moments like this, moments of joy. Satnam, Satnam, Satnam Ji. Vaheguru, Vaheguru, Vaheguru Ji. Satnam, Satnam, Satnam Ji. Vaheguru, Vaheguru, Vaheguru Ji. Everybody, come on. Satnam, Satnam, Satnam Ji. Vaheguru, Vaheguru, Vaheguru Ji. One more time. Satnam, Satnam, Satnam Ji. Vaheguru, Vaheguru, Vaheguru Ji. Bole Sonihal. Sat Sri Akal. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa. Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks very much. And now we have Helen Gideon of the Arkansas Coalition of Marshallese.
Hello in Yahweh. My name is Aileen Gideon. My immigration story started a little over 4 years ago when I migrated here from the Republic of the Marshall Islands. A little of my people's immigration stories all start the same, with nothing more than a dream and a long 6,000-mile journey across the Pacific Ocean. Why am I here? Originally, I came here to the United States for medical reasons. I am still here because I still believe in the American dream. And that is fundamentally that all are created equal, that they are endowed with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, written in the Constitution. It is these ideals that kept me in this country, kept many of us immigrants tied to this nation, weaving in my cultures and way of life that doesn't allow us to leave the family nest until you are 30, 40 years old, give or take. What I want to bring today, which I feel is shared in many AAPI culture, is yugot bagay, a Marshallese saying meaning giving back. You are expected to give back. It's hard dealing with these cultural norms, along with learning and adapting to the American lifestyle. Or is it the colonial lifestyle? I am two cultures clashing. It's hard. I'm going through it. Although learning both languages, Marshallese and English, came to me with no problems, I always knew that my community's opinion would be a barrier. Missionaries turned my people religious, and therefore we are always mixing the culture and the religion. These two are different. Being a gay Marshallese youth is frowned upon. Being gay is a sin. This causes a division to a community. Nobody wants division inside their community. If we want to bring justice to our community, bring justice to ourselves. Give ownership to our own bodies. Religion cannot be is a deciding factor. To adapt or preserve your culture, ways of life, of giving back or taking ownership. Question for debate. It seems like it would be a decision to really think about. People would prefer adapting or preserving because as human beings, we adapt, we evolve. Some would rather prefer preserve because some things are worth keeping. For me, I like balance, but we know how hard it is to find that balance. If I could choose, and if this world played fair, I would choose to preserve my country and adapt my culture. What I'm trying to say is, when I started my journey 4 years ago, I taught myself to evolve as an individual. Despite any barriers I encountered, I took the initiative to educate myself. I had to balance out how I should live, the American way or the Marshallese way. Caring for ourselves and our well-being is a must. It helps us to become better. Being new to this environment, I navigated myself through these different systems in both schools and work. We learn as we go. When somebody lends you a helping hand, take it. My mentor, who is somewhere here in the crowd today, would always encourage me to take advantage of these opportunities. We learn each day, each and every day. Every day is a lesson. Preserve what you learn and pass it on to someone. Take care of yourself. You'll bring unity to your community. Thank you. Como tadain teraman.
Wonderful, Ailing. Now telling the stories of the gender proud is Gina Rosera.
Hello. My name is Gina Rosero. I'm standing here as a very proud transgender Filipina. A very proud immigrant. Standing here in this moment, I am conscious of the fact that my pride, our pride, came with a cost. Growing up in the Philippines, a country that's been colonized multiple times over, affected the way I viewed myself and my complicated history. For 300 years of Spanish colonization and 50 years of American occupation, I carry with me legacies of subjugation, but also of spiritual resilience. I am well aware that our colonizers have tried to erase the very identity that made me who I am, that made my people proud. As a young trans girl, I grew up in a culture where trans people are culturally visible but not politically recognized. To this very day, my trans siblings are still not recognized as full citizens. When I moved to America, it provided me a sense of possibility. But years down the line, the same possibility was replaced by shame, deniability, and policing of my very identity. For many years as a fashion model, I've had to live in the shadows, existing but not truly living. I wasn't seen as my authentic self. That shame I carried is the same force that leads to 40% of our AAPI LGBT youth to consider suicide in the last year. We can't accept that. We can't accept that. I've had enough. We've all had enough. I've decided to speak my truth. Gender fluidity runs in my blood. When I speak my mother tongue, Tagalog, I am home in all of its glory, in all of its gender-neutral glory. It's not all about going back. It's about reclaiming what we've always had and what our ancestors have always known. I speak the name and spirits of the Katoys in Thailand, the Bakla in the Philippines, Fa'afafine in Samoa, the Baybaylan of the Philippines, the Mahu of Hawaii, the Hijras in India, Guanyin, our goddess of compassion, Lakapati, the goddess of golden rice and fertility. Trans and gender fluid identities have always been part of our AAPI culture. It is time that we honor and fully center it and recognize the role in our collective power. You know, I've been in many spaces where I am the only one. When I look around, for me, that's not a statement, but rather a question, a chance to invite the rest of my siblings in to make sure that that door stays open. I left the motherland to find out who I am. I speak oneself into existence, to write oneself into glory, to reconcile that our innermost belief in our fullest humanity is what will save each and every one of us by seeing each other as siblings. To bear witness in this historic moment is to see the future, a dream that involves everyone. As a storyteller, as an artist, it is revolutionary to claim your space of worthiness. In this very second, the very constant political drama, what we know for sure, our very freedom is defined by us. The fullness of our humanity is about being seen as we truly are. Our power is rooted in the resilience of all of my ancestors and our lived experiences. With all the constant attack on our very existence, I'd say this: I will make my voice the loudest that it could be, and I will never, ever apologize for being who I am. Thank you very much for having me here.
Vietnamese-American recording artist and songwriter Thuy is setting herself apart in today's pop R&B scene. Recently named People Magazine's #1 emerging artist to watch in 2022, Thuy's debut project, I Hope You See This, is beloved by millions of global listeners with 50 million streams. Please welcome to the stage, Thuy.
Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? Can we just have a moment to applaud ourselves for being out here? I'm so proud of everybody that came out today. This is such a special moment and really a moment in history. I hope everybody's staying hydrated. And are you guys ready to have some fun? Here we go.
Can I spend a little time with ya? Tired of being shy, what's up? I could put my pride aside for ya. Baby, you got it, eh? I drop all my inhibitions round you, 'cause you the only one that gets me in the mood. You won't see me get choosy. Throwing a fit 'cause I chose up. Talk my shit, but I'm teasing. I act out when I'm needy, baby. Ain't no taking your spot. I take care of what's mine. They don't got what I need, but don't trip 'cause you got it. They shoot shots, but I got it. Don't play safe 'cause I got it. You know just how I want it, baby. Can I spend a little time with you? Tired of being shy, what's up? I could put my pride aside for you. Baby, you got it. I drop all my inhibitions round you, 'cause you the only one that gets me in the mood.
Woo! DC, make some noise! All right, you guys, this next song is called Universe, and it's one of my favorite songs. Oh, we have some Universe fans here. I originally wrote this song about my dog, but I feel like this song is so fitting for today because it's such a loving song, and I want us to all just fill this room up with love. I see everybody rushing in. This makes me so happy. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoy it. It's called Universe. Are y'all gonna sing with me? Oh, you guys are so cute. I love you.
Just hold me close. You keep me afloat. With you, I feel stronger. Oh, just imagine all the little things we could do. Just imagine if I put my trust in you. Oh, why? 'Cause you are my universe, my everything, my sunset. You still give me butterflies, my lullaby. You are everything I wanted. When you see me running, run up to me, don't let me go. I see you, girl. Just imagine all the little things we could do. Just imagine if I put my trust in you. Oh, run after me. I was down bad in a place where the sun don't shine. Had my head down, looked up, then you fell in my life. I was stuck in all the signs, but look at all the stars align. Yeah, you give me fever, you give me chills. Started as strangers, now look what we built. Oh, cause you are my universe, my everything, my sunset. You still give me butterflies, my lullaby. You are everything I wanted. When you see me running, run after me, don't let me go. Just imagine all the little things we could do. Just imagine. My universe, my everything, my sunset. You still give me butterflies. Everything I wanted. When you see me run after me.
Oh, give it up for yourselves, DC. That was beautiful. I want to keep it on the chill vibes. This next one is probably one of my favorite songs to sing because it's such a bop, but I'm doing a different rendition to it. It's called In My Bag, and if everybody's in their bag, please make some noise. Make some noise if you're in your bag.
Dial it back, flashback to the time when you didn't show me love back. Fall back, so bad, yeah. I don't got no time to talk for small bags. Who knew I would be the one? Yeah, I knew. Talented, but they don't work as hard as I do. Running on E, so big game can't run it on me. Up in that fee, leveled up, baby, I'm out of your reach. Yeah, passed on me, but I'm taking all the shots now. If they try to bring me down, they get in boxed out. Yeah. It's time to get in my bag, run up a check, pick up the slack, yeah. From either bag, I'll go with that, I'll get it back, yeah. Looking for me, I'll be right here. Yeah. Get in my bag, run up a check, pick up the slack. From either bag, I'll go with that, I'll get it back, yeah. Looking for me, I'll be right here. But you're too busy switching sides, yeah. Come on, DJ Cook Beats, hey. Woo. How y'all feeling, DC? Dial it back, flashback to the time when you didn't show me love back. Fall back, it's so bad, yeah. I don't got no time to talk for small bags. Who knew I would be the one? Talented, but they don't work as hard as I do. Running on E, log big game can't run it on me. Up in that fee, level up, baby, I'm out of your reach. Yeah, passed on me, but I'm taking all the shots now. If they try to bring me down, they get in boxed out. Yeah. It's time to get in my bag, run up a check, pick up the stack. From either bag, I'll go with that, I'll get it back. Looking for me, I'll be right here. A truth, y'all ready? Can I hear you? Yeah. It's time to get in my bag, run up a check, pick up the stack. From either bag, I'll go with that, I'll get it back. Looking for me, I'll be right here. But you're too busy. Now my ego at the door, seeing better days. I dot my eyes, I put the work and share my resume. Checked on me before, now they asking where you at. No, I can hear you out to satisfy. Gotta get you right. Had to close to the roads to go out, trying to find my light. Look at all that we got, who'd have thought we could live this life? Run it up, turn it up, do the most, yeah, I just might. Get in my bag, run up a check, pick up the slack. From either bag, I'll go with that, I'll get it back. Looking for me, I'll be right here. Yeah. Get in my bag, run up a check, pick up the slack. From either bag, I'll check. Won't you throw me the bag? Throw me the bag, baby. 'Cause I'll get it back.
DC! Y'all are a great crowd. Yes! Oh, man, this is really such a moment in history, and this last song is really meaningful to me. It's called I Hope You See This, and I really wrote it about, essentially it was a message to my younger self to kind of just keep going, and just hopefully what I'm doing is inspiring her to keep going towards her dreams, and really I just want any Asian boy or girl out there that looks like me to just know that I am here supporting you. Anything is possible. Never silence yourself and use your voice, whether it's through the arts, whether it's through this march. I am so proud of each and every one of you guys. Do not change who you are for anybody, okay? I love you guys. I hope you see this.
You see me, right through me. Laid all my feelings right on the table. Maintain a smile, but I'm barely stable. I nearly lost who I was, trying to get even. Try to change who I was, still it don't please them. I'm below, they put me down, tore me to pieces. Now they wanna come around, I don't need them. All of the doors I left wide open always seem to let me down, let me broken. It's time to close it. I'm already closing. And I hope you think about me when you hear this. I hope you feel my scars when you, I hope you see this. Yeah, yeah. And I hope you see this life is worth living. I hope you live out all of your, I hope you see this. I hope you see this. I hope you see this.
I love you guys so much. Give it up for yourselves. Please make some noise for Alex. Make some noise for DJ Cook Beats back there. Make some noise for yourself. Please stay safe. Please never silence yourselves. I'm here supporting you. I'm like your older Vietnamese sister. And I love you guys. Mwah.
We're keeping it hot and keeping it real. Kenrick Ross is here with a message for the LGBTQ+ community. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kenrick. My pronouns are he, him, his. I'm the Executive Director of NCAPI, the National Queer API Alliance. When I was thinking of what to say today, I thought of a line from Dr. Maya Angelou that said in a poem, I come as one, but I stand as 10,000. I'm a gay man, a Caribbean man, a Guyanese person, an immigrant, a new husband to this amazing man, Mr. Joseph Jones. Way more than 10,000 people got me here. Way more than 10,000 people I stand for. So today, what I want to do in the 2 minutes I have with you is to uplift those identities and communities that I call home, and so many people I know and love call home, because when we think of unity, we have to also make space for the identities and the communities that have always been not visible enough and not valued enough among us. So first of all, queer and trans Asian and Pacifica folks across this country that NCAPI seeks to empower and represent every day. I want to specifically uplift our groups here in DC, Aqua DC, Kush DC, KQT DC, APIX, and there are many more organizers doing the work here on the ground. Thank you so much. I am so honored to be in your presence, and I'm so honored that this march has featured so many diverse queer and trans voices. It is incredible to sit and stand in community with so many people, but I also want to make sure, as a Caribbean Asian person, as an Indo-Caribbean person, these are new identities for many folks, that we make sure we're making room for other identities that sometimes don't get the light shown upon them. So I want to make sure we're remembering and uplifting trans and non-binary and GNC folks in our communities, Pacifica folks, folks living with HIV, our seniors and our lower income folks who are at risk or live in fear of deportation and detention to some home country while this is their home country. I also want to make sure that we are honoring how we create families, chosen blood, community. So when the Unity March asked me to have Mr. Jones up here, I was like, okay, he usually stays in the background, but I'll ask him to come up. And it's serendipitous because yesterday a Supreme Court justice said that what we have invited bigots to challenge what we have. So I thank the Unity March for bringing us up here, because we have to make sure all of you out there understand how diverse and beautiful and brilliant the families that API folks are, of all gender identities and expressions and sexual orientations, are making. And this is just one example. I also want to uplift all of the parents and chosen family of queer and trans Asians and Pacifica folks who stand up every day and fight with us. And finally, I want to honor our allies here, particularly Black communities and Black spaces, Black queer communities that are my home space and have lifted me and lifted me up throughout my life and throughout my career. And ask you that we remember to always stand in solidarity with Black and brown communities, and also understand that there are Black and brown communities within API communities. This is Pride weekend, so we are sandwiched between the anniversary of Vincent Chin and the Stonewall uprisings and what happened yesterday. And I would say happy Pride, but a colleague of mine last week said we also have to say honor Pride. And being here, sharing the space with you, asking you to listen to the many people that I stand here as, and stand with us, because we've always stood with you, whether you wanted to acknowledge us or not. You must stand with us, because this is a pivot moment in our history, not just for our communities, but all the communities we call home. So I hope today, by being here, by being with you, I'm not just saying happy Pride, I'm honoring Pride. And the last thing I would say gay. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience in tolerating the heat. We're going to try to move this along in a bit, and I just wanted to run through I'm going to introduce all of our guests here in this next segment, but this is about keeping us safe, what we need to do as we look forward. First up is Fahina Pasi, who is Executive Director of the National Tongan American Society, and she's here with her team. Also with us is Becky George, who is with us from Everytown. You will know that as a gun violence prevention group. Christine Nguyen, who is from the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum in Texas, with Sari Lee with her. Also my friends from the Asian American Journalists Association, Naomi Tukuyan Underwood and Jin Ding. Also with us will be Dr. Saba Nafisa, former DACA recipient, along with Ju Hong from the UCLA Immigrant Rights Group, and Gabby Hernandez, a DACA activist. And finally, bringing up the rear on this group is Lily True, founder of Asian Texans for Justice, and I'm getting out of the way.
Thank you. Want to introduce ourselves? I'm Fahina Tavakepasi, Lola, and Nathan. We'll start off with a song. Folo folai maya sisu ke mo foia te au koia te ne kumihala loi mo e kaka fou ai I he folo fola So my talk is on climate change, and we wanted to first express and sing a song with gratitude to our God, your God, whatever God you worship, for the wonderful earth that is given to us. My name again is Fahina Tavakepasi, born in the friendly island kingdom of Tongatapu in the South Pacific. As an island girl, I have a special place in my heart for oceans. Also, the month of June is World Ocean Days. So I want to acknowledge the blessings of the oceans today and the effects of climate change on it. Here in many of the states, many see the ocean as a place where you can go relax, hang out, have fun, and enjoy its beauty. For us islanders, it's a highway. It's our source of daily food, a source of medicine healing for certain health issues, and more. The ocean is our life-giving, life-protecting friend. Better management of ocean and marine resources is crucial to our daily lives in the Pacific and to ensure food security, not only in the Pacific, but in the world. So in order to continue enjoying the ocean and maintain its resources to our daily lives, it is imperative that we take care of it. This month, June, as I said earlier, it's a World Ocean Day, and the slogan for this year is revitalization, collective action for the ocean. It is a call to protect, it is a call for people everywhere to protect, to work, and to protect this vital asset for humanity. It's easy to help the ocean. Here are some positive and possible ways that we can help. Pick up trash while enjoying the beach. Avoid ocean-harming products. Use reef-friendly sunscreen. Fish responsibly. Practice safe boating. Demand plastic-free alternatives. Get out to vote and vote prioritizing ocean and water environment issues. We must take ownership of the climate change. We must not only take ownership, but be intentional and purposeful in your environment efforts to help the climate change. We need all hands on deck to prolong our planet. The planet needs you. In conclusion, I would like to put out a challenge to all of you. I'm challenging you to, when you go home, plant one tree in your yard or wherever you're allowed to. Plant it by July 25th. Martin Luther King once said that, quote, "Even if I knew that tomorrow the world would go to pieces, I would still plant my apple tree," end of quote. Well, it turns out that planting trees today may help prevent the world from going to pieces tomorrow. Know that as your tree that you will be planting at home grows, it will help to absorb and store the carbon dioxide emissions that are driving global heating. You will be helping to make positive climate change. Together, we can bring positive change for the future of our planet Earth. Thank you.
Hi, Unity March! I'm Becky George. I'm with Everytown for Gun Safety, Moms Demand Action, and Students Demand Action. I'm a proud queer woman of color. I'm a proud child of immigrants. I'm here with my wife who works for Planned Parenthood. It's a lot in our house right now. We have an 11-month-old baby, and I'm sure many of y'all could understand why I'm scared. I am scared for my child to even go to school. I'm sure some of y'all are scared to go to school if you're a youth. I saw what happened to those children in Uvalde. America is one of those places that's been rocked by gun violence, leaving countless lives forever changed. Firearms are the leading cause of death amongst children and teens in America. Let me repeat that. Firearms are the leading cause of death for children and teens in America, a preventable death, by the way. This is not the American dream that my mom dreamt of when she left her country, to provide a better place for her future child. We do not have to live like this. We do not have to die like this. Everyone deserves to be safe at school, the grocery store, their own neighborhoods. We do not have to live like this. We do not have to die like this. With all of us united, our movement is ready and stronger than ever to turn our outrage into action. We keep working with those lawmakers who are going to be champions for our issues, and we're going to vote out those lawmakers who do not vote with us. Thank you to President Biden, who today signed the first meaningful gun safety legislation to pass the Congress in almost 30 years. That's monumental. So we've got to take the wins when we can, right? Otherwise, it's going to be really hard. But the fight does not end here. We will not stand silently as our children, brothers, sisters live in fear. We cannot allow messages of hate, white supremacy, racism, misogyny, transphobia, homophobia go unchecked. We're proud to stand in solidarity with all of these partners here today. I am so thankful to be in this fight with you because we do not have to live like this and we do not have to die like this. Thank you.
All right, give it up for Becky, y'all. Hey, y'all, I'm Kelly Robinson. I'm Executive Director of Planned Parenthood Action Fund. Thank you. And you know, Becky's my wife and y'all can see why I married her, right? And look, y'all, I know it's a little hot out here, but this isn't near the amount of heat that we're gonna put on anybody that's standing between us and getting free. Am I right? Y'all, we got work to do. I'm here before you with a little bit of a heavy heart. It happened yesterday. Our worst fears came true when we got that ruling that said Roe v. Wade was overturned. And when it happened, y'all, I was in a room with providers from Ohio and Texas and everywhere across the country, and I sat next to them as they had to call patients in their states and tell them that yesterday and today they couldn't move forward on the appointments that they had scheduled. Y'all, this isn't about laws and policies. This is about people's lives. It's about their hopes, their dreams, their fears. It's about their futures. That's what we're fighting for here today and every day. That's why I'm out here. I'm out here because I'm holding fast to that dream that my ancestors had when they survived that travel from Africa to the United States. I'm out here because I'm holding fast to the fact that my son Isaiah is standing over there in the speaker's tent, looking at me, watching me, looking to see what I'm gonna do to not only fight for myself, but fight for him and everyone that comes after him. I'm here today because we've got work to do together, y'all. Are you ready to do that work? Are you ready to do that work? Y'all, we gotta love one another enough to believe that another world's possible and then act in accordance. Are you ready to do that? Look at your neighbor and say, I love you. And I'm willing to fight for you. Look at your other neighbor and say, I love you. And I know we're gonna win together. Y'all, this is a dark period of our movement building history, but know this, that we are going to get to the end of this. We are going to win. And all we have to do is fight and fight together and believe. So y'all, if you're feeling sad today or you're feeling scared today, call us. Go to abortionfinder.org and we'll help you get to the care that you need. And guess what? If you're pissed off, if you're angry and you're ready to fight, join us because we've got some work to do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Unity March. My name is Christine Nguyen, and I'm so grateful to be representing NAPOF, the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum, and our Texas chapter. We are the only organization building power with Asian American and Pacific Islander women and girls across the country. Just yesterday, the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade and ended our constitutional rights to abortion. In my home state of Texas, abortion has already been banned at 6 weeks. In the next 30 days, all abortions will be legal in Texas. Pregnant Texans will have to travel more than 525 miles to the nearest state to get an abortion. I was raised by my strong Vietnamese American community in Houston. I love us fiercely and deeply. I am a woman attending Rice University proudly as a first-generation low-income student. I am the daughter of Vietnamese immigrant refugees who witnessed wars in their home across the sea, and I am the eldest daughter of an eldest daughter. My parents taught me a lot about the value of hard work and action speaking louder than words. Quite literally, many of us never heard any words in apologies from our parents. They were instead made with cut fruit. However, in this, I also learned about silence. We are here because of that very deafening silence. There's a deafening silence in never seeing my father's tears despite the traumas he faced escaping on a boat. There's definite silence in my mother and I taking care of everything for our families without being asked. There is deafening silence in the stigmatization of abortion in our communities. I see the silence reinforced daily from the absence of any conversations pertaining to our bodies, periods, sex, contraceptions, abortions, or anything else that would be considered taboo. A lot of this might sound familiar, doesn't it? Being silent and being silenced is all we've ever known to survive. However, silence does not serve us. This silence kills. We cannot be silent when these attacks on abortions are a direct assault on AAPI communities. 1 in 3 AAPI pregnancies end in abortion. Even with Roe, language barriers, low rates of insurance coverage, and century-old cultural stigmas make getting abortion nearly impossible. This is particularly true for my Vietnamese American community in Texas. Abortion care is a necessity in our community. Abortion is a human right. Abortion is health care. Abortion is freedom. Roe was always the floor. We are going to rise from the ashes and build a new world that includes everything from comprehensive sex ed to racial and economic justice. We must take our collective voices to the ballot box during the upcoming midterm elections in November and send this message loud and clear to our decision makers that all individuals deserve to thrive in safety, dignity, and self-determination. We must do the most important work, using our voice and combating the silence. The time is now. This is the moment to break the silence and build power for long-term change. No more silence. Hear our cries. We will not be victimized.
Beloved community, can I hear it for this Unity March? My name is Naomi Takuyan Underwood. I am a Filipina immigrant. I am a mother. I am a voter. And I'm Executive Director of the Asian American Journalists Association. I came to America in 1984 in the shadow of martial law. Journalists played a major role in helping to topple a dictatorship and restore democracy in the Philippines.
My name is Jin Ding, Chief of Staff at the Center for Public Integrity and a board member of AAJA. Over a decade ago, I immigrated as a local news reporter from China to the United States, a country that recognized press freedom in its First Amendment.
We represent an international membership of nearly 2,000 Asian American and Pacific Islander and Asian journalists and allies. Where there is injustice, there are journalists. I'm going to repeat that. Where there is just injustice, there are journalists. When the media gets it wrong, there are journalists in newsrooms trying to get it right for the sake of our communities. Journalists of color. And today we come together knowing our democracy has increasingly been endangered. The gains our community have made being chipped away at every day.
Let's put AAJA's past in some historical context. Shortly after we were founded, Vincent Chin was murdered in Detroit, a tragic event that demonstrated how a biased and irresponsible media can have a devastating impact on our community. A decade later, the Los Angeles riots broke out, an alarmingly simplistic portrayal of race relationship in the media that pitted the Asian American and Black communities against each other. 2 decades later, 9/11 happened. We faced the backlashes, targeted South Asians and Muslim Americans. Through all these historical turning points for our communities, our journalists were at the forefront to fight for nuanced, fair coverage. We fought to hold the media accountable for telling the truth and for writing the first draft of our history with care and responsibility.
We We join you today as advocates for journalists and the life's work they seek to do, to inform, educate, and empower the communities we stand for.
We stand here on behalf of our journalists who have undergone persecutions and durations from their own governments. Journalists who have experienced microaggressions and being gaslit as they attempt to bring their full selves, especially their racial identity and expertise of understanding our communities, to their reporting.
Journalists who have undergone racism and discrimination in their own newsrooms. Journalists of color who have been tear gassed, assaulted, and spat upon while on the streets bringing you news. Journalists of color who, in that shadow of that dome behind us, work to cover the insurrection even with targets on their backs. Like each and every one of us here, journalists are truth seekers, rabble rousers, good trouble makers. Can I hear it if you are making good trouble?
Voters, we don't stand apart. Journalists are citizens. Journalism is the fourth estate that is meant to hold our leaders accountable to us. We are here to drive change in newsrooms, dismantle stereotypes, and uplift the community's narratives. Let us cultivate our sorrow and grief, our indignation, our fears, and work together.
I stand before you as a mother to my son, Joaquin Hurao.
We love you, Kinder!
We named him Hurao for a Chamorro chief who spoke out against Spanish oppression many centuries ago. In Tagalog, there's a word, bayanihan, which is the act of a community coming together to help with their neighbor's home. The very root of that word, bayan, that means nation. And so, brothers and sisters, in the spirit of bayanihan, in this nation that we have made our home and that we are working for, let us infiltrate and dismantle these houses of racism, oppression, and fear-mongering, and together build houses of hope, opportunity, justice for our children and future generations. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. How are y'all doing in this heat? Hello and salam alaikum. My name is Saba Nafis, and I'm here representing CAPA, the Center for Asian Pacific American Women, and also myself in the immigrant rights movement. I'm a computational biologist at CZ BioHub in San Francisco, and I'm really, really honored to be here with you, to be here in this fight as we continue to fight for the representation and equal rights for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, and all BIPOC communities across the United States. I want to start out by telling you a little bit about my story. My parents and I, we came from Pakistan to Texas when I was 11. So I grew up there in the great state of Texas. And, they came here to pursue the American dream. They wanted us to be able to pursue educational opportunities. And one thing they wanted us to know is that with hard work and honesty in America, we would be allowed to be the authors of our own stories, right? That's what we want here in America. But our story, unfortunately, took a drastic turn when we became undocumented because my grandfather, who was our petitioner, passed away. And our story is just one story out of 11 million undocumented Americans who give back to this country, who pay taxes, who are your teachers, your lawyers, your taxpayers, your scientists, your physicians, your healthcare workers. My story and our family's story is just one story. So, from deportation proceedings to a PhD, here I am today. I will not be silenced. You will not be silenced. We will not be silenced anymore, especially after yesterday. Last week, we were here commemorating the 10-year anniversary of the DACA program, the program that saved me literally from being deported, right? We were here just last week meeting with members of Congress on the Hill, yet we were reiterating and repeating the same arguments we've been saying for over 2 decades. No more. Citizenship for all, and we need to fight together to be in this fight.
And I'm sharing now with you a little bit of my story, but again, our stories are not complete, for we were never allowed to write them ourselves. To help us steer our stories, let us think back and remember the great Ella Baker and the Black Freedom Movement. She taught us that we need to change our systems in a radical way. And these systems are the systems that try to control us. These systems are the systems that try to define us, that try to tell us what our bodies need. But what are we gonna do about that, right? We have to work together. We have to find ways to work together and change these oppressive systems. By being here today, you have demonstrated that you are in this fight for a united America, and that we are at the tipping point of the arc of this country's story. We, in the racial justice movement, in the immigrant rights movement, in the climate justice movement, in the reproductive justice movement, we must all march together. We must all campaign together. We must all lead together. We must all vote together. We must all fight injustice together. And we must all win together. We must be willing to do the work it takes, regardless of our ethnicities or the colors of our skin, or whether we call ourselves activists or not. We must make sure, for example, that Bethel wins in the great state of Texas. It's crucial for the country. We must make sure we win in Georgia. We must make sure we win in battleground states. We have to. There is no more waiting that we can do. Together, and only together, we can win real democracy and freedom for all, which are the principles of the founding of this country. So let us march together, mobilize our communities when you go back home, and help our nation heal. Thank you so much for being here in this heat and for cheering us on and for all of your support. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ju, and I'm a undocumented immigrant rights activist in the state of California. 12 years ago, I visited Washington, D.C. as a college student to participate in a rally demanding immigration reform. It was here in the street with immigrant rights activists and leaders that I found my calling to serve the undocumented immigrant community. More than a decade later, I'm returning to Washington, D.C., now as a director of the UCLA Dream Resource Center, board chair of the National Korean American Service and Education Consortium, NACASAC, a nonprofit organization that organizes Korean and Asian Americans for social, economic, and racial justice. While I wish I could say that we have achieved a more humane immigration system in the decades since first visit, but there are millions of undocumented immigrants are still fighting for justice. Too many families have been torn apart. Spouses are being separated from each other. Parents are being separated from their children. Our brothers and sisters are separate from one another. Despite overwhelming majority of Americans support providing a pathway to citizenship to undocumented immigrants, Congress has failed to act and continue to ignore our voices. In the absence of immigration reform, immigrant youth leaders are standing up and organizing our community and taking action on immigration. They are sharing our stories, marching on the streets, conducting civil disobedience action, demanding that Congress, enough is enough, and end the deportation and provide a pathway to citizenship for 11 million undocumented immigrants in this country. Because of their courageous actions and relentless campaigns, we fought and won victories like DACA. This year marks 10th year anniversary of DACA. In the past 10 years, DACA has protected more than 800,000 immigrants, youth from deportation, including myself. We grew up in this country and went to school and pursued our dreams and aspirations. We are now doctors, scientists, nurses, and teachers and engineers, and we are working in essential roles in helping families and community respond to public health and economic crisis of COVID-19. And yet, we are still denied status. We are still denied access to resources. In fact, we're at risk of facing deportation, putting our futures and lives in danger. Like many others, I am tired of empty promise from politicians, but I remain hopeful. I'm hopeful because history taught us that organizing and the power of the people bring real about change. So let us work together to end the anti-Asian hate. Let us work together to stop the deportations. And let us work together to fight and push for a pathway to citizenship for 11 million undocumented immigrants in this country. And let us work together to fight for justice and dignity for all. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Gabriela Hernandez. I am so honored to be here today, and I appreciate every single one of you for standing out in that sun. I'm a DACA recipient from El Salvador and a local activist here in the DMV. I'm here today representing CASA, the largest grassroots immigrant advocacy organization on this side of the country. I crossed the border with my mother in 2004. I've always been aware of my status. I know that's not the case for many undocumented families, but I've always been publicly advocating alongside CASA. Since I was 17, I've considered myself to be a part of the movement. But I remember back in 2010, I went to the March for America, and I was about 9. I remember thinking, you know, by the time I'm an adult, the world's gonna have it figured out, you know, like they're gonna pass immigration reform, I'm not gonna have to fight for injustice, everything's gonna be fixed, we're gonna have peace. Obviously, that's not the case, and we're here now, about 18 years later. I remember thinking, I don't have to be like the civil rights leaders that we learned about in school because injustice is over, right? But when DACA started to be attacked, I sprung into action, and I've been with CASA ever since. I know that unlike other undocumented families, I've always been very open to my status in the media. I've had the opportunity to share my story and speak on my personal life to the media, even nationally and internationally. I often feel our stories are used just to push sadness and fear in the media, but I know that the kids listening are being influenced by us and know that we have to tell our story. I used to think that being undocumented and deportation was an issue that only the Latin American community felt. Obviously, that is not the case either. Growing up in the US, we were fed lies about this land, about the history here. We were lied to about our own history, told who we were supposed to be, told how we were supposed to dress, told how we were supposed to act, somehow that English makes us smarter and is a better language than our own. The injustices faced by marginalized communities are deep-rooted in hatred and intertwined with white supremacy. The mainstream media and the oppressors would like us to believe that we are not united. Somehow, because we look a little different, they think our struggles are so far-fetched. As you can see today, that obviously isn't true. We managed to organize over 50 organizations that each fight for different causes, and we're all here today in unity. While our cultures remain beautifully different, I'm pretty sure that we all have some form of rice dessert that we enjoy, so I know we have things in common. To loosely quote Eduardo Galeano, no history is mute. No matter how much they own it, break it, and lie about it, human history refuses to shut its mouth. Currently, we are emotionally healing. We're trying to fix the generational trauma, we're breaking generational curses, and mentally decolonizing ourselves. We must continue to fight and to end the colorism and self-hatred we've been taught. A new generation of leaders is on the rise. So to the young generation and to anyone feeling that fire in the pit of your stomach starting to boil, join a movement. I know it's difficult and confusing to see people in charge make awful decisions. So take that anger and take that frustration and join one of these local nonprofits. If you want to help change the world, help with a nonprofit. Make a career out of it or just volunteer. Either way, we need your support. There would be no revolutions, no movements, no legislative changes without the work of the organizers, majority here today, and staff of these nonprofits from these organizations that make possible all the change that we've seen and all the change that will come. Thank you. Yeah. And we're gonna lead you all off with a chant. So when I say undocumented, you say unafraid. Ready? Undocumented. Unafraid. Undocumented. Unafraid. ¿Se puede? Sí se puede. ¿Se puede? Sí se puede. Thank you guys.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lily True, and I am the proud daughter of Vietnamese refugees. I am also the co-founder for Asian Texans for Justice, or ATJ, a nonprofit organization that connects Asian Texans to civic action for personal and political empowerment. Being here today with all of you is truly inspiring and the ultimate act of power and resistance. So thank you for allowing me to share this space with you. Seeing all of your faces today also makes me think of my dad. He's a Vietnamese American man who's been in this country since the 80s. He came to this country on a boat with nothing but the clothes on his back. Like many other refugees, he endured a harrowing journey to reach America's shores in pursuit for a better life. And I know a lot of you and your families share a story just like his. My dad voted for the very first time in 2016. And he's been here 40 years. So I'd like to ask all of you to think to yourself, how many Asians do you know don't vote, and why? I firmly believe that my dad did not exercise his right to vote because in my home state of Texas, we have the third largest population of AAPIs in the country. Voting has barriers that my parents simply could not navigate on their own. In Texas, we don't offer online voter registration. Many counties also don't offer voter registration forms in Asian languages. We're also a state where only a limited number of people can vote by mail, and one of my dad's personal insecurities was knowing how to navigate a voting machine at the polling location. And since new laws were passed in 2021, we now severely limit non-English speakers from receiving assistance at polling locations. And then even worse, intentional gerrymandering has diluted our voices and our votes in Texas. And it's not just legal barriers. There are efforts to delegitimize the entire idea of our elections. Today, we're only steps away from the Capitol building where insurrectionists tried to overturn the 2020 election. The false narrative and the big lie of the 2020 election, the lie that the election was stolen, is an extension on our attacks to vote. Knowing how precarious the right to vote is, not only in Texas, but for the entire country, it is clear that we have so much work left to do in our fight for justice and equity in the AAPI community. This is why in November, our entire team at Asian Texans for Justice, we are committed to empowering every Asian Texan to vote. We vote to protect the rights of people like my dad. We vote because we must put an end to senseless gun violence, to protect and to fight for environmental justice, and to fight for a woman's right to reproductive autonomy. We vote to ensure that we have school board members who will support accurate and representative Asian American history in our classrooms, and to put city council members who will tackle our affordability housing crisis in our cities. We vote because we must. We vote because it's a declaration that we are here and we are here to stay. We've traveled across oceans to come to this country. We've overcome every obstacle on our path and we've built a home here. Oppressive legislation won't hold us back. Misinformation and lies won't sway us. So today, I ask all of you to join me and make a pledge that this November 8th, you'll bring your parents, you'll bring your siblings, you'll bring your aunties and uncles, and let's make this the biggest AAPI voter turnout ever. Thank you.
We are very fortunate to have our next guest to close out this afternoon's program. Alexandra Huynh is a Vietnamese American student at Stanford University, and she is balancing all her classes, plus being the National Youth Poet Laureate. She uses her poetry as a tool of self-reclamation and social justice for marginalized communities. Thank you for attending, and please welcome Alexandra.
My name is Alexandra Huynh, and this poem is for women everywhere. Your life is no longer yours. Clear your table, clear your time card, spread your legs. Brace for the weight to grow between them. You will walk with this child until death do you part. We're not picky about who comes first. Scratch that. Where is the child? Was the stillbirth your fault? Show me your search history. Surrender your phone. Any and all evidence will be reviewed under a court of law trust that we will find out if this was a premeditated murder. Your records indicate a non-viable pregnancy. Why are you crying? The doctors gave you notice. You should have been prepared. You should have known that in this country, your body is public property. If you are seeded, you must see to it that a sapling erupts from your soil, irregardless of who planted the seed, irregardless of your permission, irregardless of your capacity to carry a child, your access to health care, your access to food, shelter, your plans, especially your plans. I already told you, it's your body, your problem. So you didn't ask to be born? Neither will any of these children. You better ensure that if they have the potential to become impregnated, they know the rules. This is the law of the land. And if it isn't yet, it will be soon, unless conversations are had between people of power, meaning you, and you, and you, sharing resources, time, and care as the inheritors of a country built to marginalize and minoritize. Do not stop until every body is treated with equal sovereignty and respect. Do not stop until the standards are met, not the ones set by the men of 80 and several years ago, but by the people, our people, of every color and history who have been showing up for each other since the beginning of time. Thank you.